Tim texts, how long before Bojo the Clown inserts himself with his number 10 shirt into the England football team celebration photos, reflecting in their glory in the vain hope that a little bit rubs off on him? I tell you what, if Mason Mount actually goes into the stands and tries to give his shirt to some small child again, Bodger is going to burst right in, knock that child to the ground. Hey, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You've got history. That small child still has not gotten over that. You believe that? Europe enjoyed the second warmest June on record. You know it's been absolutely baking in Europe this summer. The second warmest June on record in Europe, while we here in Great Britain freezed our bottoms off, and that is because the EU just cannot come to terms with us leaving their failing socialist union. They've been sending us their worst weather because they hate to see what a tremendous success we're making of Brexit. Not only are we better off with all those foreign lorry drivers not here delivering our food to our supermarkets, but we're also winning at football and we won the Second World War, so no.
Correct.
But now forecasters are predicting a fortnight of summer sun. In this country, summer sun. In the summer. Can you believe that?
No.
We can expect to bask in warmer weather from the end of July, according to the Met Office, where temperatures could peak at 30 centigrade. What? I have no idea what those evil European surrender temperatures are. I will translate that into proper British temperatures for you. You halve it and subtract 32 to get from centigrade to Her Majesty's Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit sounds like a suspiciously foreign word to me, but never mind. So that's half of 30 is 25, minus 32 is minus 17. Wow! It's going to be minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit at the end of the month. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Actually, that is believable. Despite the wet weather that we experienced in Britain throughout the month of June, Europe enjoyed the second warmest June on record. No! Yet another benefit of leaving the European Union, being cold. However, the Met Office's long-range forecast is predicting sunnier spells for the rest of July and into early August, where conditions could be warmer and drier than the average year. Well, forgive me if I don't put out the bunting yet, but they've been telling us this since spring. You remember back in spring that they were telling us it was going to be the hottest summer ever? People were going to be flaking out. You'll be able to cook your eggs on the pavement. Well, you wouldn't be able to eat them, but you'd be able to cook them. Incorrect in every respect. Totally wrong. There remains the risk of unsettled weather, particularly in the northwest of the country. Most areas should expect an amount of sunshine and dry weather, but, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but, there is the possibility that occasional spells of rain may impact northwestern areas, and I think we know where that includes. Checking for you while you wait. Oh, well, it's not raining tonight in Glasgow, raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday, as you would expect. And then not raining on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then not raining on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Pfft, rubbish. My app is faulty. Almost 2 weeks without rain? Nonsense. In Glasgow? Anyway, there's occasional spells of rain may impact northwestern areas. You bet they will. Forecaster John said a major Atlantic depression is going to bring a rough few days. And I'm getting depressed just thinking about it. Summer is slipping through our fingers. I mean, we can't go abroad because it will take longer to get through security at Heathrow than the actual holiday would last. And we can't go on holiday here because it's been freezing cold and soaking wet.
Correct.
Forecaster John said it may be warmer and more settled later in July. It would be very unusual not to reach 30 degrees centigrade this summer. Well, yeah, but that's not very helpful. I mean, we've got no end of unusual. I would predict the unusual at this point. He said the weekend is likely to remain cloudy and even more rain is expected in the south of the country and will continue into next week, possibly turning into heavy downpours. By the end of next week, thunderstorms and yet more showers.
Oh,
However, we might get a peak of summer in a few weeks. Isn't that great?
No.
No. I'm not completely satisfied. In a few weeks, we'll be 2/3 of the way through summer, and it won't have happened yet. Why is this happening to me? Saturday, rain spreading east, occasionally heavy across the Midlands and North England. It might be thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Showers, some heavy and more prolonged rain across the south during Monday and Tuesday. Heavy, prolonged rain across the south on Monday and Tuesday. Rain spreading Saturday and it raining on I can't stand it anymore. Do you want to hear the long-range weather forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
I don't blame you. Showers at first. This is till the 22nd of July. So it's like the middle bit of this month. I'll get on to the beginning of August in a minute. Prepare yourself. Showers at first. This is till the 22nd of July. Conditions are expected to become more settled. During the second half of next week, dry and bright weather will develop. Some light showers are still possible in places, particularly in the northwest, and weirdly the southeast. That's strange. Showers in the northwest and the southeast. Shall we just assume that that means everybody?
Yeah.
Or there's going to be this dry stripe down the middle? I don't know. What are you asking me for? The week after next, though, that's not next week, it's the week after next. Warmer and drier than average conditions are most likely. The occasional settled spell of weather is still possible. Guess where? Over northwestern areas settled. Oh no, that's unsettled. Yeah, of course. Mostly fine. Everywhere else. Temperatures expected to rise above average. And then, last week of July and the first week of August. So it's getting serious now. If we don't get some full-on summer by the first week of August, then we're screwed until next year. Can you stand it? So fingers crossed, everybody. Good luck. For the last week of July and into early August, warmer and drier than average. Most areas should have a good deal of fine and dry weather, except you know where. And here it comes. Grip onto something firm. Temperatures are likely to be above average, with the south possibly feeling very warm or hot at times. Very warm or hot at times? We'll take it! Sam text, what are the odds on Bodger showing up on Sunday in a full England kit, although he may have to get the shorts custom made? Yeah, that kit don't come in your size, Bodge. No offence. And Jim says, to my mind, the green laser incident in the semi-final rather took the bloom off the English win. Yeah, it sort of licked the gilt off our gingerbread, didn't it? Can't help but feeling the result might have been different had the laser not been shone on the goalkeeper's face. Well, apparently he mentioned it beforehand, but it didn't seem to put him off any. Well, maybe it did. What do we know? But it shouldn't have been a penalty in the first place. We appear to be cheating our way to the final, don't we? But then football is a game of continual cheating. It's just cheating from the first whistle to the last. It really is. It's just constant cheating. Every time two players put their hand up, the ball having gone out, and they both put their hand up on opposing teams saying that it's our ball for a throw-in, one of them knows that he's lying. I mean, they're right there. They know which person it hit last. They know, one of them knows that they're lying. And then there's the constant diving. I mean, Tom Daley was trending on Twitter. Not that that is, a body of record. Well, I suppose it is these days, isn't it? He was trending on Twitter because, he's a diver, and people were suggesting that he sign up for the England squad. He'll really show them how to dive. I mean, some people just get breathed on, and then they roll around on the floor, clutching their face or their ankle or their midriff or whatever part it was that they're pretending got hurt, and they look like they need hospital treatment. And then when people aren't paying attention to them, they bounce up and run back to their positions. I mean, they should be sent off for that sort of thing. It is an ecstasy of cheating, football. And we appear to be doing quite well at the cheating so far. Not so much the football, let's be honest. We haven't done very well. It's been pretty boring, bereft of any ideas. It doesn't seem like a team that is, overfull of skilled players. I think most of the players look better with their foreign counterparts in their Premier League teams. I think the foreign players in those teams make our players look better. Otherwise, we'd be better at playing football as an England team. But, I mean, I know we're in the final, but it hasn't really gone that well, has it? Be honest. You've been bored stiff watching England play. Or you would have been had it not been, so important, had the result not been so important. If you had been an uninterested spectator and you weren't invested in the England team, then you've been you would have just turned it off. DULL, boring. But anyway, fingers crossed and all that. Although I just do get the sense that the entire country is sort of resting its hope for everything on that game. As though everything will be okay as long as we can win the next game of football. It's not going to make the slightest bit of difference, people. I'm just saying. Adrian emails, I am fed up with hearing people chanting, "It's coming home." The thing is, they don't realise if football is what he writes. Well, I take a stand on that. He says the thing is they don't realise if football comes home, it'll have to fill in paperwork, get COVID tested and self-isolate. Oh, blind. A listener with material. Oh, no. Jar tweets, cheer up, Nick. With all this rain, we'll have a bumper crop of juicy blackberries. So get out there and start picking. Well, the last time I picked blackberries was, it were gone when I went out on my bike. As a child, came across this hedge, utterly laden with the blackberries. It looked fantastic. And I thought, I'll fill up my saddlebags, take them home to Mummy, and she'll make me a pie. I'm a good boy, I am. And so I did that, and I came back with enough deadly nightshade to kill an army. So that's when my picking days ended. I'll buy at a supermarket, less chance of dying. Let's have a call in Middlesbrough. Terry.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Nick, I'm not a public health expert, and I'm not a football expert, but I've been having to think, and I think that for public health reasons, we should change the rules for the match on Sunday.
In what way?
I think what we should do is, the golden goal that they have, where as soon as someone scores, that's it, match over, and that's the winner.
Yes.
I think we should have the golden goal in the first 90 minutes.
Right, from the very start.
From the very start, and then so we just have the one goal, and that minimises all the kissing and hugging and licking of faces. And
I didn't realise they licked each other's faces, but you are the expert. Carry on.
No. I'm a gifted amateur.
Right.
As I say, I'm not a public health expert.
Well, these days, if you are a gifted amateur, that makes you an expert.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, it would also minimise the length of time people are in the ground, and as I say, and it minimises all that hugging and kissing and everything. So I think, from a pure public health point of view, just change the rules for that one match.
I think that the referee should just look at both teams, decide, in his opinion, which team is the most skilled, and just award it to them, and we don't have to play the football at all.
Didn't there used to be a pools committee or something? Didn't they used to have that at one time?
A what?
I'm sure when I was a schoolboy, if the weather was too bad and the matches couldn't be played, the pools committee sat and decided on the results or something.
The pools committee. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah. Blimey, we are. I couldn't figure out what it was, but we are talking about ancient history now. Blimey, we'll start yakking on about Green Shield stamps next. Thanks a lot, Terry. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, a little bit less hugging and kissing and licking of face.
Disgusting.
Awful. Control yourselves. Bushra text. Hi, Nick. Looking forward to my holiday in Wales next week. In the rain, climbing Mount Snowdon. I'm not sure it's going to... Well, it depends on what day you're going up. I'll have a look just for you, what the weather's going to be like in and around Mount Snowdon next week, because I happen to, bizarrely, have that on my phone right here. Well, don't go up on Monday, because that will be raining and cloudy and 65. Go up on Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, and you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Doncaster. Hello, Martin.
Hiya, Nick. Yeah, I'll just ring it up. It made me sick this week to see Wembley let Wally the Walrus in with Callie Simmons in his England top. What a joke. Knows nothing about football. You look at Patel and Sunak all wearing England tops just to scound a few more votes. It's like this week. He got found out about his holiday to Mystique. Didn't know who paid for that.
Mystique. That's about right, yeah.
We're being scammed. We're being scammed by the Conservatives.
Oh, blimey, Martin, where have you been? It's been going on for as long as I've been born.
Oh, it's a joke. If I did what these did, I'd be locked up, mate. And that's what I know.
Of course you would. So would everybody else but them. And the reason is that they make the rules. They can decide on their own guilt. That's actually true.
Yeah, and I just don't know how people vote for me. I really don't.
Martin, imagine the sort of things that you would do if you could decide on your own guilt. I mean, you'd be up 24 hours a day, fiddling about.
Doing everything that I wanted, like.
Exactly.
And, it's unreal, this government. And they just get away with everything.
That's why they're smirking so much, because they're getting away with everything. Smirking seems to be their... that should be their new logo. What's their logo at the moment? Is it a tree? Is it a tree or something like that? Or a pair of handcuffs, perhaps? Maybe it's a whip. Something like that. But it should be a smirk. You know, like one of them emoji smirks. Thanks a lot, Martin. I feel your pain and a little bit of your rage. Daniel tweets, if England win, the song won't work anymore. I don't think the song works anyway. Football's coming home. What does that actually mean? Football is coming home. What does that mean? I mean, apart from just being incredibly annoying. And it's... This country, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to say any of this, but you're supposed to be in full-on flag-waving mode. And anybody who says anything negative in any way, shape or form is a traitor, and they should be executed forthwith. But it does seem as though the happiness of this entire nation is dependent on the outcome of a football game, which is a really dangerous place to be, because we could lose. In fact, if you were a betting person and you were a neutral, then you bet on Italy, right? So we're less than 50% likely to win the next match. And if all of the happiness of the nation rests upon it, then even if we win, we're in trouble. I mean, how long can the celebrations last for? I mean, they're saying that it's going to revivify the economy. Do me a favour. If our economy is dependent on us winning a football game, then we're in more trouble than I can possibly imagine. We'll go out and spend money because we've won a football... No, we won't. That night, perhaps, and the next day, maybe, on refreshments.
Booze.
But apart from that, what are we going to do? Going to buy a new car? We're going to put a new kitchen in celebration of our win? What are they talking about? I just feel it's just a bit desperate. I mean, this is a nation that loves to live in the past. I mean, we just keep going on and on and on about World War II. Oh my God, it's over. We won. Get over it. And 1966, it's actually really deeply pathetic, is what it is. It's a little bit, no, correction. It's a lot embarrassing, is what it is. I mean, we haven't won anything since 1966. You might think it would be better for us to maybe not mention that so much. I mean, I know that the stars, you can count them on the shirt, but let's not keep highlighting that. I'm going to be on, I'm going to be in here just like while it's on, preparing my Super Sunday show. Oh my God, if we actually lose, this nation's going to be unconsolable. It's going to be the 3 hours of people crying down the phone.
Stop whining.
It just seems a bit... I get the feeling that we're sort of whipping ourselves up into making this more than it actually is. We're almost... It's like it's competitive patriotism. We do seem to be gripped with that, and it's not just this either, but we are going through a moment of competitive patriotism, aren't we? Which makes it doubly weird to me that I see so few cars with the England flag on. I mean, maybe like 3 all the way in here. Took me an hour. And no houses or flats with the flag outside at all. I didn't see one single one. Why does this country hate this country? Croydon. Hello, Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Terry.
Now, I'm no football expert. I support Charlton. But I think the referees need a third card in their armoury.
A third
they
card?
Need a yellow, a yellow, a red.
And a green.
And then the Oscar.
Oscar, right.
Get 2 Oscars.
Yeah.
And you're on. And you also get a walk-on part in EastEnders.
Right. It should be, yeah, exactly. They should have cards, showing like marks out of 10 for diving. Raheem Sterling,
or a panel.
10.
That's what you want. You want a panel of lovelies.
Yeah. I don't know why they can't. I mean, they've got the video cameras. They can slow it down to so slow you can you see the grass grow. No, that would be the other way around. But anyway, you can see a fly change direction. Why can't they just make a proper decision based on what we can all see on the TV?
Well, it's so endemic in the game, isn't it? Like you're saying, if a ball goes out, everybody puts their hands up. The entire pitch.
It's an ecstasy of cheating from the starting whistle to the end. Yeah.
So that was it, really.
Oh, excellent work. You delivered it perfectly, and then he left. I preferred the bit when he left.
Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. Daniel tweets, Nick, it's 40 degrees centigrade here, and half the country is on fire. You should come on your jolly holidays to Canada, says Daniel. Well, Daniel, let me think about that for a moment. No, eh? Colin says, couldn't agree more, Nick. I've been telling people what you've been saying since the start of the competition, and they all seem to reply, it's coming home. Daft, he says. Daft.
Booze.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it. It's meaningless. What does that mean? It's coming home. What is? Football? It's here already. I just fear the country is putting all of its eggs in this basket, and that it will explode in a sort of. I just get the feeling that we're forcing ourselves to be this delighted. I mean, it's come as a bit of a surprise, really. I mean, it sort of snuck up on me anyway. And like suddenly we were in it. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. I guess there's just so much else going on at the moment. So much misery and death and destruction and, what with you-know-who being the you-know-what.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The misery clouded my eyes to what was about to happen to us. And suddenly it was, oh, okay, here we are. We're doing it. But I just think that we're being like whipped up into a patriotic frenzy that is kind of fake. There's a bit of fake about it. Unless I'm getting it wrong, in which case you must correct me. As long as you can do so without using the phrase stupid moron. David emails, "Hi Nick, turned it off. I haven't even turned it on. Not interested, couldn't care less." Ah, traitor. Let's have Cricklewood. Herman.
Good evening, Nick.
Herman. Yes, Herman.
Mr. Abbott.
If that is indeed your name, Herman.
It is indeed my
Is
name.
it?
And I'm not German, no.
Okay. Okay. Right, carry on.
You're threading thin ice, Nick.
I'm doing what now?
Threading thin ice.
Treading on thin ice.
Yes.
Yes.
But you've had me in stitches. I often agree with you, Nick.
But?
And this is one such instance when I agree with you. When you say it really doesn't matter if we win.
No.
It really wouldn't matter at all.
I think that people are expecting suddenly that finally the sunny uplands will be here. We'll have won Brexit if we win this next football game. That's the kind of feeling I'm getting from people.
Well, it is exactly that. As I said, I often agree with you, and that's one instant. But then I sometimes disagree with you also.
What?
And I disagree with you in this very instance as well. Because, as you say, if we were to lose, as a nation, I think we would be unconsolable.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. I think on Monday, if hang on a minute. On Monday, if we lose, people will be despondent for the morning. If they go into work, they'll be like, you see the match last night, yeah, poor, And then by the afternoon, we'll have forgotten all about it and go back to life as normal. But if we win, people are expecting the country to somehow improve.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that. I don't think they're expecting the country to improve. No.
I think they're expecting their lives to improve. I do feel that people are pinning their hopes on this as a way to improve their lives. That something good other than the result will happen, but it won't.
I hope not. Jeez, Nick, you just depressed me. You had me laughing all the time, and now you've gone and depressed me, man.
Right.
You shouldn't do that. But it will. If we were to win, I think it would do the nation's morale.
Oh, please.
It would give us a big boost, man.
For how long?
Well, it doesn't matter for how long. Even if it's just for an instant, I think it would do the nation good, and it would seep and prolong in some way. I think.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Because we will still be where we are. I mean, we'll still have a mountain of dead bodies in our rearview mirror. We'll still be being run by the current regime.
You're continuing to depress me.
Okay. I'm depressing him, he says.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Cheer up, Herman. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Archie texts, "There's no way the Italians will get beat. Boris will disappear for a couple of weeks. I tell you what, he absolutely will. He will be gone, disparu, like a South American dictator. We won't see hide nor hair of him. He'll go and show up in somebody's vast palatial mansion, and he will apparently not know whose it is or who's paying for it. He'll just show up at the first one that he sees. He'll just walk straight in the front door, because people who own mansions always leave their front door open. And then in about 6 weeks' time, members of Parliament will say, well, who paid for that then? And he'll go, "Paw!" And he'll do his act, and there'll be an inquiry, and the inquiry will state that he is guilty of absolutely everything, and they find him innocent. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Archie texts, oh no, I've read that. John says, I'm ambivalent. Is that like a newt? I'm ambivalent about an England win if it means having to endure Henderson's game. Oh, that's just cruel. if it means having to endure Henderson's gaping mouth when they score, is he is he sponsored by his dentist? Whatever happened to a brisk handshake and nothing else, i.e. Arsenal circa 1930, and not the quasi-copulation of today's celebrations? P.S. Don't get me started on game management. Well, is he sponsored by his dentist? I tell you what, unlike footballers, we're grand when I were a lad. Footballers used to waddle out onto the pitch with a pint in one hand and a pie in the other. And they didn't have any teeth. These days, they all look like supermodels. Especially in the teeth department. They have more than the normal number of teeth in their mouth. I think they must have extra teeth put in. You know, they probably get a twofer, a tattoo and extra teeth while you wait. Martin texts, come on, Nick, get behind the England team and stand for that national anthem. It's as rare as a sunny day in Glasgow that England are in a final. Yeah, I know. It would be better if we didn't stop going on about it. 1966 and the Second World War. I mean, that seems to be, along with the weather, that's pretty much the only thing that we talk about in this country. On and on and on. Poor! Which is weird, you know, because just recently there's been an anti-history campaign. You know, we want to whitewash all of the parts of our history that are, covered in blood, which is a vast amount. So we want to excise all of that from the history books, so that everything is lovely and green in our garden. The very same people who want to take out most of the history of this country, so that we pretend it never happened, are the same people who just keep bleating on about the blooming Second World War and 1966. Are the same people. I mean, I'm not thinking of anybody in particular.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
But people like that, for instance. And as for the national anthem, oh my God. I mean, apart from it being so dreary, it's got nothing to do with the nation at all. It's hey kids, give all your best stuff to the Queen. That's what the national anthem is. Like she needs any more stuff. Andrew texts, the Italian tennis player Matteo Berrettini is in the men's Wimbledon final, so it could be an Italian double, just saying, says Andrew. Yeah, well, I wish I could say it more fluidly. Matteo Berrettini. Oh, tennis.
Boring.
Are there going to be any rallies?
No.
Can anybody even remember what a rally is?
No.
Yeah, shall I do that again? No. In my day, there used to be a thing called a rally, where the tennis player wasn't like a 7-foot robot. He was an actual real human being, and he used to serve a ball that could be hit back by the player on the other side of the net, and then they'd knock the ball back and forth in a thing called a rally. Yeah, that used to be what tennis was like. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Hey, mate, Nick, how you doing? All
yes,
right?
Super. Thanks for asking.
Good, man. Right, I read somewhere that, just going to quickly talk about football, Gareth Southgate has said that if they win the European Cup, which are Euros, all the players are going to donate their money to the National Health Service, a total of £24 million.
No. 24 million?
Yeah.
24 million?
Million, yeah. They're going to donate it to the National Health Service.
Well, what money are we talking about here? What they get for winning that competition? They get £24 million.
Well, they get their wages and everything, yeah. And whatever. I don't know how you're going to break it down, but it is 24 million.
Is it?
But what I was going to say is, because everybody's always moaning about football players earning too much.
Yeah.
I reckon they should even donate it if they're going to lose. because this is like come on, don't laugh. You know, when somebody's on £500,000 a week,
yeah.
Okay, I'm not even going to get into the argument whether they deserve it or not.
Right, of course they deserve it.
They do, because they're talented, yeah? Just
well,
like you are.
It's show business.
Yeah, that's it. So I reckon that if they really do, I mean, all the nations behind them, yeah? So what they can do is, even if they lose, just donate it, because...
Just give it anyway.
Give it anyway, because they still got the normal wages from the previous year anyway.
Yeah.
And then when you're talking about the feel-good factor for the nation, yeah, just like at Christmas, just like at any other time, everybody spends all their wages.
Of course.
And then they're scratching around behind the sofa looking for loose change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
because that's what Jesus wants on his birthday.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, Joe Public, we're pretty thick. We get led on very easily, yeah?
You can say that again.
Okay? Yeah, because it's all about the money. It ain't about nothing else with everything that goes on.
Yeah.
Now, going back to your favourite subject...
Well, hang on. Well, let's deal with that a bit first. I mean, 24 million. Okay, I don't know where the 24 million comes from, but maybe it's the combined... Because I know they get a bit if they win, but I thought it was about 100 grand each, which, of course, is like walking around money for them.
Well, yeah, but okay, going back to... But what I'm saying is, it's a combined team effort.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe it's 2.4 million.
No, it was 24 million.
Okay, then.
It was 24 million, because up to about 10 years ago, I thought people played for pride for their country and they didn't get paid.
What?
Until someone told me, he says, Ranjit, you know what?
Yeah, you know
they
what?
They get paid. I never knew that.
That's right. Big money. Huge.
Big money, yeah. Because
players also get paid when they actually play for their respective teams. They get an appearance money if they get on the pitch. And some managers, actually, I don't know if this is still the case, but some managers took a cut of their appearance fee just by putting them on the starting sheet or subbing them, because if the player would play during the match as opposed to sitting in the stands and watching it, then they would get, whatever it is, 1,000 or 10 grand or whatever. And the manager would say, well, I'll only put you on if you split it with me. Wow.
I think you're treading on dangerous ground.
Well, I'm not mentioning any names. I'm not mentioning any names.
But that happens, right? That happens a lot.
Right.
That, of course it does. It's like, when India play Pakistan in the cricket.
No, I don't. Because there couldn't be a more boring game on earth than cricket.
Oh,
are you kidding?
It's about betting on the opposite side.
I don't care. You lost me when you said cricket.
Okay. Okay,
but the £24 million, you see, if they lose, then they won't be getting no £24 million because there is no bonus for losers. Losers do not get coffee. Only closers get the coffee.
But they're still going to get some money, aren't they? Even if it's 15 million, 10 million. And to me, it would put the footballers in high esteem. Look at Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, I think Marcus Rashford is held in higher esteem than Bodger Johnson.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Maybe he should give his earnings to the NHS. I mean, he's more guilty of ruining the NHS than Marcus Rashford. How about Bodger gives his money? How about me, Smug, gives some of his money? Would be a better idea.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
How about Gavin Williamson? I mean, they could all chip in.
Yeah, the thing is, Boris Johnson's going to say, all I earn is £140,000 a year.
Right,
yeah?
Sure he does.
Now, all that is going straight into savings because everything else is paid for him.
His gas
and his electric is paid for him.
Absolutely, everything else that man sits on or eats or squeezes is paid for by somebody else. Yeah.
It is, yeah. Now, America's just lost another war in Afghanistan. So because of the hype of the football, everybody's not even listening to the news.
No.
Yeah. Priti Patel is running around talking about immigration.
Yeah, is she ever?
Yeah. All the people coming in, and people are focused on these dinghies Yeah, now this weekend, people
precisely right. She wants to push them back out to sea, let them drown, like literally. This Monday is going to be the perfect day to bury bad news. Be very aware. Keep your eyes peeled and your ears open, because this Monday is going to be, I would bet, a tsunami of bad news being buried. Can you bury a tsunami? Probably not.
You can.
Oh, can you?
You can. Last time.
You can bury a tsunami. The things you learn on this show. It's educational, ain't it?
No.
Look, the last time when the Twin Towers happened, one of the aides to Tony Blair turned round and said, today is a good idea to bury a lot of bad news, right?
Bad news,
I can't remember what her name was, and she actually got the sack. Yeah? But the thing is, like you said, on Monday, there's going to be so much news in the paper.
Huge.
And it's going to be on page 19, right? Randy got caught with his pants down, right? Or something like that.
Yes.
And no one's going to talk about... And this is the thing about what the Conservatives are doing at the moment, right? They are totally wrecking the country, yeah? And all they're doing is, like, when he comes out with his hair all over the place, right?
Going...
and
doing his act, and everybody goes, no, he's doing his best. Anyway, Ranjit, have you stopped whining yet?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I'm trying to educate the population.
Oh, wow, then you're
a losing battle.
Exactly right, you're a losing battle. But thanks a lot, mate. Good effort. Here is the news. England's players will donate their Euro 2020 prize money to various NHS charities after Sunday's final against Italy. The Football Association will be in line to receive around £24 million. Alexander tweets, "Hi Nick, it's coming home to do with the fact that people think that the birthplace of football is England?" Well, yeah, that's the idea, I assume, but it still doesn't make any sense, because it's here already. It's not coming home, it's here. It has always been here. It's coming home doesn't make any sense. Explain it to me, I double dare you. But it's the kind of thing that you can sing when, you're refreshed.
Booze.
It's coming home. Emily says, if England win on Saturday, Bodger will say that it's all down to the incredible rollout of the vaccine. Yeah. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, it's all down to his bodgeness. Oh, my God, he's going to be wrapping himself... He's going to strangle himself to death. He's going to be wrapping himself in the flag so tight. It's going to be painful. If England win, he will cancel his immediate holiday plans just to stick around to get his photograph taken about 86 million times. He's going to stick his face into every single photograph that is taken in and around the Wembley area. God, he'll be running his behind off, trying to just get in the frame of every single photograph. If they lose, we won't see him for at least 3 weeks. I bet you. He'll be gone. James texts, now you're not going to like this. This is news from abroad. It says, from the Danish newspapers, quotes, "Let the English party, they have nothing else, and rejoice instead that you have woken up in Denmark." Offensive. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Camden. Hello, Elizabeth.
Oh, hi.
Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm half awake.
Me too.
Because I can't resist your programme after I've taken my sleeping pill. I have 5 rhetorical questions.
5?
To which I think you, as a lateral thinker...
Yes.
Or some more of us little people...
The little people?
Yes.
Not
like
leprechauns.
Me, might be able to provide a summary or answers. And if you could bear with me, I think they're important.
Well, let's see if we can get to it before you fall asleep. Before that pill kicks in.
The last 3 are the most important. Over time, because I'm sheltering, I've been listening to LB consistently as well as the BBC. What I do not understand, maybe because I'm not as bright as I could be.
Yeah, not as awake.
Which is questionable, is why when Boris and co
Johnson.
made so many errors.
Let's stop calling him Boris. He's not a dog. He's not our pet.
I'll call him Bogus if you don't mind.
That's fine with me.
Okay, so when Bogus first started to make these stupid errors, people would say stupid or silly rather than dangerous.
Yes.
I have never understood that. So that's the first thing. Why did that happen?
Well, you say errors. I'm not entirely sure they were errors.
Well, this is why we are on the same page.
Right.
I'm trying to get it across from a little people point of view, who has no power whatsoever.
None.
The second thing is, I don't understand why, when we did not ask for a refund regarding PPC, if I send up for something and it's faulty and I don't get it, I ask for a refund.
Right.
That hasn't happened.
Well, if you bought it from a family member, though, then you probably wouldn't, right?
Yes, but that's not supposed to how it goes.
No,
so it
exactly.
It should be called a fraud, and I don't know why it isn't.
Well, there's some people who are looking into this, and I wish them all the very best, because Parliament doesn't seem to be, the Speaker doesn't seem to be, nobody seems to be remotely bothered by anything that's going on around here, apart from a couple of lawyers who are doing good work.
I am. And the next point I want to make, which is one of the more important things, nobody seems to be mentioning regarding the number of people who died due to errors in the old people's homes and elsewhere.
Are you kidding?
They don't seem to mention the words willful criminal negligence.
Right.
I don't understand that.
Because the government can do basically anything they bloomin' well want. They are the ones that make the rules. And so they refashion the rules to encompass whatever it is that they've just got away with.
No, Nick, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
Okay, and the third
because
point...
Because you're on drugs, Elizabeth.
No, I'm not. The third point I want to make is all of this stuff about people advisors getting fired, pandemic information before Bogus took up power was hurled out, and how he watches the back of everybody who doesn't support him, including Priti Patel, who actually, one of my family, actually accidentally called a psychopath today.
Wow.
I don't understand why that's not called collusion.
Yeah. Well,
am I making a point here?
I think so, yeah.
And regarding the football matches and the wallpaper, from wallpaper to coffee cups, this is noise, as is the football thing.
Yeah.
It's just noise it's bread and circuses to keep us occupied.
Exactly.
While they push forward there. Could I possibly say totalitarian regime, or is that a bit paranoid of me?
Authoritarian, did you say?
I did.
Authoritarian regime, to completely correct in every respect. What was the colour?
I'm hoping that Keir Starmer, as a prosecutor, is playing the long game, and he will come up with these terms later.
Yeah, nobody's interested in the long game. We're only interested in right now.
No, I'm not. If right now is not okay, the future isn't going to be much better.
Well, see, we're a species that lives for immediate pleasure. We're not interested in the long term. We're a short-termist people.
But I'm not. I grew out of that when I was about 35.
Right. Well, then you are no longer welcome in this country, Elizabeth. Pack your bags.
I've noticed that.
Priti Patel will be booting your door down before you know it. Here, what was the colour of that pill you took, by the way?
The colour of that what?
The colour of the pill you took.
Actually, it's a white pill.
Oh, the white ones.
Yeah, I have it because I have fibromyalgia, and I cannot sleep for pain. But I take it, and then I start to listen to your programme, and I think, oh, God, I've got to get these points across.
I'll call him right now before I pass out. Yeah. Okay, excellent work, Elizabeth. Well done. You made it. 0345 6060 973. Talking about pills, I saw the Alice in Wonderland exhibition at the Victoria and Albert Museum. Very, very good. That has nothing to do with anything at all other than pills. Alexander tweets, nope, read that one. Read that one. Oh, I'm way ahead of schedule. I've got no idea where I'm going, but I certainly am ahead of schedule. James emails, Nick, when Gavin Williamson was asked about England's chances of lifting the European Cup, oh, God, he replied, Of course England will win because we have the best team in the tournament, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Germans have. In fact, we're much better than country than every single one of them.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
No offence. 0345 6060 973. Boris Johnson surrounds himself with only the best people. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I am stunned. This country seems to have become a banana republic in the space of a year, hasn't it? I don't recognise this country anymore. What the hell has happened? Well, I'll tell you what's happened. This has happened.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Boris. You see what you've done? This used to be a nice place to live. Now look at it. Lauren emails, Nick, the country's gone football crazy. Even Harry Redknapp made a cameo appearance in EastEnders tonight. Did he? What for? Don't tell me. I don't care. Wanstead. Hello, Sophie. Oh, Sophie. Is there anybody
hello.
out
Sorry,
there?
Nick. I nearly
Yes,
choked.
Sophie.
How are you? Can you hear me?
No.
Before I go on to my main point, I was.
Oh my God! There's a sub point. Yes.
Sub-points. Ranjit was right and wrong. It was 24 million, but it was 9 million out of the 24 million.
What was?
And I
No,
don't
wait.
think they should donate it to the NHS, as
Back
wonderful
up.
as it is.
What was 9 million out of the 24 million?
So the players are getting 9 million of the 24 million, which they're going to donate part of. Hello?
Are we on? Are we on speakerphone, or are you listening to me through the radio so you're hearing me on delay? What's going on here?
Can you hear me now?
No.
Hello?
Hello?
You can hear me.
No, I can't. I can't hear you.
But the other thing, I think you can hear me and you're just being naughty.
Is there anybody
there? The
there?
other thing was the...
Hello?
Hello? The 20... Can you hear me?
No.
Hello?
Hello?
And the other thing, I'll just carry on talking, is, Nick, I think you're being really curmudgeonly.
What?
Because I don't follow football,
Yeah.
but I do follow England when they play the World Cup and the European Cup.
Associated
and,
Cups, yes.
I don't have a TV, so I just watch the updates. Yeah.
You don't have a TV, so you just watch the update. Right, okay.
This is the tonic we needed.
Oh, please. If this is the tonic we needed, then this country's in big trouble.
This is the tonic we needed.
Sophie, are you speaking to me on one of those... wait a minute. Are you speaking to me on one of those satellite phones? Because there seems to be a massive delay between me saying something and you hearing it. She's hitting the phone.
Really? Really?
Really what? I don't know. You're answering something that I said so long ago. I forgot what the question was. Anyway, we'll get a better line at some point in the future. How does that sound? Randall emails, Nick, I'm English, but so sick of England fans' divine right attitude. I want Italy to win and wipe the smile off Wurzel Gummidge's Johnson's face. Johnson, who thinks the penalty is what his ex-wives do to him. Well, some of that made sense, Randall. Boris Johnson's ex-wives penalise him? Harrow, Marina.
Yes, good evening.
Marina.
Hello, Nick.
Marina. Yes.
Yes, Nick. Hello. I'm an American who lives in Britain for the last 20 years.
An American who lives in Britain for the last 20 years, yes. Please present yourself at the border for deportation.
No. Not yet. And I wanted to say that you're very funny. I watched you on TV also, and today you've been making me laugh. So what I'd like to say is I'm rooting for Italy because Britain must get a reality check. We need to vote out Bojo with his flunkies and focus on the our health, which is physical and mental health, and help the NHS recover.
Right.
And those, I think, those are more important. As much as I really don't care much about football, except when it's USA in the World Cup. But I love Italy. I love the country. I lived in Italy, and I just want them to win. That's it. I think they will really appreciate it. It's a poor country. And I think
it's not that
it.
poor. It's not that poor. Italy is not that poor. I mean, it's not a third world country. Let's not get carried away. I mean, some parts of it are poor, but some parts of this country are poor. I mean, you come from Harrow, for crying out loud. You're surrounded by poverty.
Yes, there's some rich people in Harrow also. But what I'd like to say is that Italy really deserves it. I think.
Well, now wait a minute. Back up a second. If Italy deserve it, how come we don't?
Oh, I'm not saying we don't deserve it, but I think Britain must get a reality check and get back to what is really essential and important, and that is the NHS, getting NHS back to some kind of functional, quote-unquote, normality, which I don't know what that
speaking
is.
on behalf of 46% of the general population, I think that the party to put the NHS back together again is the party that has been undoing it for the past 11 years, because that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Bojo? Yes.
Exactly, and Bojo, I understand you're very sarcastic, and Bojo and his three-ring circus have to really pay the price, the penalty for killing all those innocent people, for undermining the NHS, for the disabled who committed suicides, for the junior doctors who committed suicides. I marched with junior doctors in 2016. So,
well, this took an alarming turn. This is not where I thought this call was going to go. But I register your complaint, Marina, and you want Italy to win. And that's an American speaking.
The American dream is dead.
Thanks a lot, Marina. 0345 6060 973. Paul texts, Nick, if England wins on Sunday, we will have pulled level with Greece, Denmark, Russia and the Czech Republic as one-time winners of the European Cup. Yeah, not Spain or France or Germany. I mean, Germany's won it 3 times, Spain's won it 3 times, France has won it twice. But, at least in the Second World War, we beat Germany, and we beat Spain, and we beat France. I'm pretty sure I got that right. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Portsmouth. Hey up, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello there, Nick.
Harry.
I hope you don't mind. I've got a fan whirring above my head for a cooling atmosphere.
Ah, yes.
Sophie was in a heck of a mess, wasn't she, with her phone earlier?
Yeah, I don't know what was happening there. It was like I was talking to through a different time portal.
It sounded like she was swapping hands and ears throughout the entire call.
Phones should come with instructions as to which end to put to your ear. You're quite right.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss cheating, because you've moved into the realms of cheating.
Oh, yes.
Now, I'm not 100% on the football. I don't watch it. But apparently this match the other day, there was a flare was let off in the stadium. The Danish national anthem was booing.
Yeah. You know what, people, just on that, it makes this country seem like it's full of morons when you boo the opposite team's national anthem. I mean, I'm no fan of our national anthem. I think it's a dirge, and it has nothing to do with this country. It's all about giving your best stuff to the Queen, like I said. But to boo it is just... I mean, the word disrespectful isn't strong enough. It makes us look like morons.
Yeah, I mean, it's poor gamesmanship. The Wembley Stadium and the teams are responsible for the fans' behaviour, And poor gamesmanship is a way of cheating. Also,
wait a minute. Just before you go on to your next point, the footballers are not responsible for the fans' behaviour, and neither is Wembley Stadium. The fans are responsible for the fans' behaviour.
Oh, precisely, yes,
right.
Precisely.
Oh, okay.
But I hope Wembley Stadium uses all their cameras to also locate who shone a laser. Apparently, I heard that a green laser dot. Was it? I don't know if it's Peter Schmeichel. I can't be 100% on the.
You
things. I
are
heard it was a laser shot.
100% correct.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, I've seen photographs from police helicopters.
Casper, actually, you're 100% wrong, actually. It's close.
Who was it shot at, then?
It was Casper Schmeichel, his son.
Oh.
They do look exactly the same.
Are they brothers or something?
Not quite, no.
Oh, right. Right, anyway, it was shot at him. Was he the goalkeeper?
Yes.
Well, was it shot at him just before he was a ball was aimed at him?
Something like that, yeah. Mm-hmm. You are very well informed, Harry.
Well, there needs to be a full inquiry.
Oh,
check out the
no doubt.
Check out the stadium, because if you've got if you have a laser shone in your eyes before you're trying to spot a ball,
put you off.
It's going to affect you.
Yeah. Well, there'll be an inquiry. Don't you worry about that. It'll be an inquiry by the same people who led the inquiry into Boris Johnson's holiday entitlement, and they will decide that that person is guilty in every single way and find them innocent.
And we've got that other cheat. Well, that other person, haven't we?
Who?
Well, Mad Matt Hancock, computer Mad Matt Hancock.
Right.
He was caught on camera, wasn't he?
It's like
it was a Chinese camera.
Right. It's like a monthly update you're giving us, Harry. All the news that's fit to print. Thanks a lot, mate. Keep your eyes open and your ears to the tracks. And as soon as anything happens, then let me know straight away. Promise me you'll do that. Randall says, I'm English, but so sick of England and I've read that. And I've read if England wins on Sunday, we'll have pulled level with Greece, Denmark, Russia and the Czech Republic. That's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. I mean, if it's down to our performance, then football is certainly not coming home, because we're rubbish at it. Look at our record, 1966. Do you know when that was?
No.
It was 1966. Nothing since. I mean, that is embarrassing, isn't it? Constantly going on and on and on, and that and the Second World War. Obsessed with with a history that's so long ago, it's just a dim, distant memory. Alan tweets, by this nation, you presumably mean England. There are 3 other nations in the UK that won't be particularly bothered either way. Yeah, of course I'd mean England. Mark texts, there is one big difference with this upcoming match to all previous England games in major tournaments. If we lose on Sunday, at least we don't have to watch the tournament carry on without us for 2 more weeks. That's right. That's the most painful bit. It's over on Sunday either way. Phew. And then it'll be just one hangover we all have to get over, and then it'll be a bright new week. It'll be the same week that we have regardless of what the score is. I don't really understand what people your experts are saying. Oh, it's going to revivify the economy and people are going to go out and spend so much money. But on what? On what are they going to go out and spend so much money? I mean, on the night, it'll be pizzas and beer. And what else? What will a win actually encourage you to go out and buy? A barbecue pit? Are you going to add an extension on your house in celebration? Are you going to buy a suit? New boots and panties, perhaps?
Disgusting.
Sammy says, if England win on Sunday, will COVID disappear? Or will we be in the same boat on Monday, only with half of the nation in hospital with alcohol poisoning overwhelming the NHS? Well, I'll tell you what we will have. We're going to have a massive spike in infections. Of course we will. I mean, did you see the crowds pouring out of Wembley? And there are going to be even more of them on Sunday. And plus, in every pub in the land and outside area, and people have got the screens put up. And, oh, my God, this entire country is going to catch it. We'll be inventing a whole new sets of diseases to pass on to each other on Sunday. What could possibly go wrong? Scott texts, I may be wrong, but apparently football coming home means that because we were the first teams in association football, but we have never won such a tournament for decades, if we win, it will be on the lands share association football started. What? Does that make sense?
No.
It's not just me then. I personally not that fond of football, but Gareth Southgate commands reverence, and the team are a great bunch of lads. They deserve this win more than we deserve it, says Scott, who should have checked his message before he sent it. Always check your message before you send it. Right, Gareth Southgate commands reverence. Wow. Well, we've always had a deep respect, and we mean that most sincere. The man is just fantastic. That is really what we think.
Rock and roll!
This surely COVID's coming home would be a more accurate refrain at this time. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna. Government scientists have announced that England's COVID rate may now be as high as 1.5. Does anybody know what that means?
No.
It means big trouble, huge. If it goes above 1, we're in the stink. It's the highest it's been since the second wave spiralled out of control in October. Sage estimates the R rate in England is between 1.2 and 1.5 and growing 3 to 7% every day. Every day!
Oh, no!
What an excellent time to unlock. Doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Official data showed that around 1 in 160 people had COVID, with the outbreak growing nearly 60% in England last week. Wow! It grew 60% in 1 week. The R rate is highest in the southeast, the southwest, the northeast and Yorkshire, which sounds like everywhere to me. The R rate is highest everywhere.
Correct.
Office for National Statistics data shows around 330,000 people were infected with the coronavirus on any given day last week. They increased in all age groups, all regions, as the Indian Delta variant continues to cause a surge in infections across the country. So it's a good job that Bodge let it in, so he could beg for a trade deal and get a photo taken with the Prime Minister of India. Thanks a lot, Bodge. Excellent work. But you will be relieved that experts today said the outbreak in England may begin to shrink once people stop meeting up in large crowds as regularly when Euro 2020 is finished. So we're letting large crowds gather for the football, which is completely unnecessary. It's a decision that Bodge made to make himself more popular, just like Trumple Thinskin goes on one of his white power rallies when he gets grumpy and he wants thousands of dinglings to chant his name. Professor Paul Hunter, an infectious disease expert at the University of East Anglia, said that the country is likely to see a slowdown in the surges in cases once the tournament is over, as was the case in Scotland after they were knocked out. Well, here's a revolutionary concept. How about we avoid the surge in the first place? Wouldn't that be a good idea?
No.
Apparently not. Otherwise they'd have done it. I mean, this government knows what it's doing, don't they? No. Huh. I mean, in the week ending July 3rd, cases increased by 57.7% in England on the week before. 60% up, pretty much, on the week before. Wow. Scotland was dubbed the sick man of Europe at the end of June, with 6 of the continent's 10 worst-hit regions being in Scotland. Wow. Infections skyrocketed from fewer than 500 a day to 4,000 a day at the turn of July. And the surge, particularly prevalent in men, was blamed on fans meeting in pubs and homes to watch Euro 2020 matches, which didn't happen so much when they were knocked out. Professor Hunter claimed that Scotland's exit from the competition on June the 22nd was one of the reasons behind its decline in cases. And he said that the trend bodes well for England after Freedom Day on July the 19th, with Euro 2020 having been finished for more than a week by then. But, by then, of course, then we won't be next to each other watching football. We'll be next to each other in theatres and shows and cinemas and galleries and concerts and clubs. Clubs! With the dancing and romancing.
Disgusting.
What could possibly go wrong, eh? What a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in... Putney, Victoria. Victoria?
Yes?
Yes, Victoria.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
What I wanted to say is...
Yeah, please speak directly into the phone.
Yes, everybody. wants to win England. Everybody wants to win it.
Everybody wants to win England?
England wants to be, they want the footballers to win England.
England wants the footballers to win England. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, Italy is very strong.
Is it?
Yes, very strong.
Right.
Now, I made Italy 1 year ago. I made Germany win.
You made Italy 1 year ago? Is that
Germany as well.
You made Germany win?
Yes, because I was going out with a baron, so I made Germany win.
You were going out with a what now?
A baron.
Oh, what's
Monsieur
that?
le baron.
Who's that?
It's a baron. It's a German baron, yes.
You were going out with a baron and you made Germany win, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then I made France win.
Yes. Well, because you were going out with...
I was very disappointed. No.
Who are you going out?
I was very disappointed.
Who were you going out with when France won?
Well, I met Mitterrand, but I wasn't going out with Mitterrand.
No.
No. So the thing is, France wasn't very happy that I made him win.
Well, you're making a lot of sense, Victoria.
Yes, so I said that they'll never win again. England is always going to win.
He's always going to win what?
England is always going to be the winner because I live in England.
Right.
Yes?
Right. Oh, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So now what happens is I wanted them to win, and the pub is called The Angel.
Is it?
In Roehampton, yes.
Which pub is called The Angel in Roehampton?
The Angel is a pub in Roehampton.
The Angel is called The Angel in Roehampton, and it's in Roehampton. Well, why didn't you say that?
Yes, that's The Angel, called the pub, is called The Angel.
The Angel pub in Roehampton is The Angel pub in Roehampton. Yes, that's clear.
And everybody was screaming. They wanted England to win.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But there was a man called Bowie, and he kept jumping up and down, up and down.
Up and down, yeah.
As high as the television.
Yes.
In the pub.
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
So,
I couldn't see it because Barry was jumping up and down.
That's right. They were all excited. I was standing up. I didn't have a chair.
You didn't have a chair?
No.
Where was your chair?
Well, I didn't go in the garden. I came in again.
Right, obviously.
And that's when they first scored. They first scored the first one.
And is that because you came into the garden or out of the garden?
Yes, because I came back.
Because you came back, then we scored.
And I stood near the door.
Yeah.
And then two guys came in. Right. And then they scored the goal.
Who were they?
Two black guys.
Right.
I mean, I've known them 5 years, but I've never spoken to them.
No.
Except this day.
Except this day?
Yes.
Which
and
day?
the boss called Sally, she was very happy.
Oh, Sally. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Bonjour, Sally.
Oui, elle s'appelle Madame Sally, oui. Elle est gentille. And she was very, very happy. And you speak French, yes?
No.
You don't? We just said bonjour.
Yeah, well, that's...
Oh, it's the same buonasera, isn't it? It's the same.
Is it?
Yeah, buonasera, bonjour, same meaning. Guten Abend is German.
Okay.
Arabic is Messer hier.
Yeah. So...
Hello.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, hello, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
How do you know I said hello? Hello. I said that to the Queen. Hello.
Yeah. I bet you did. And she said...
Bye-bye.
Yeah. OK, thanks a lot, Victoria, for whatever that was. 0345 6060 973. I get Pretty Patel on the phone. She needs to get somebody in a dinghy straight away. Chris texts, surely COVID's coming home. Oh, no, I've read that. Helen says, I'm worried what will happen if they lose on Sunday. Look what happened in London when they won on Wednesday. Yeah. It's not going to be pretty, is it? Well, I tell you what, there's this awful thing. I really shouldn't bring us down by even mentioning this, but did you hear about that Danish family with the kid on the bus? We are surrounded by morons. I might come to that later. If my mood descends from its current tip-top high position. Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, blah, 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 Ricky. He says, I am surprised that Matt Hancock ain't in goal. I mean, he's good with his hands. Ed says, how can anybody find tennis boring? Simply by watching it, Ed. OK, I haven't been watching much. I saw one game, the first. Djokovic playing an English bloke. And I only watched it out of patriotic fervour because he was English. And it couldn't have been more boring. Oh, my God, it was just so dull. He just won the game that just put him into the final. Djokovic, or whatever his name is. He just won it in straight sets. Wow, I bet that was a fascinating match.
Boring!
I'll tell you exactly what... I haven't seen it, but I have a very strong opinion about what happened. He served, and it was an ace. And so, by definition, the other guy couldn't get it back. And then he went to the other side of the court, and he served, and it was an ace. And then he went to the other side of the court, and he served, and it was an ace. And then he went to the other side of the court, and he served, and it was an ace. And then he served an ace again, and that was game. Have I counted that up right? And then the other bloke would do the exact same blooming thing. God, it couldn't be more boring. Chris texts, I see some schools are allowing late starts as pupils will stay up late to watch the football. I'm amazed they don't just give them Monday off and take one day off the summer holiday. Yeah, but if they lose, then nobody wants the day off. Do we? I mean, everybody would like Monday off permanently and forever, but there's no point in losing a holiday day that you're just going to be feeling, a bit grumpy. You won't be able to plan anything. I mean, nobody will be planning anything for Monday because we don't know what's going to happen yet. If Podger does actually call an instantaneous bank holiday on Sunday night, then I give in. Because normally they would say that, if a trade union takes industrial action, like the train drivers, for instance, then the Tories, the clock starts ticking, doesn't it? Every moment is another £1 billion lost because of these evil socialists. But when it comes to covering themselves in glory, to insert himself into somebody else's happy day, then all bets are off, and it doesn't matter how much it costs. Even he couldn't possibly pull a stunt like that. Could you, Bodge?
I can't comment on that. I'm
still thinking about it. 0345 6060 973. Mansfield. George.
Hi, Nick. You're okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Right. I just wonder whether the England supporters, particularly the moronic side, have noticed that 8 of these sides who was going to turn out on Sunday night are actually descendants of immigrants.
Are they? Well, isn't everybody? If you go back far enough?
I understand that, but I'm just saying specifically the English side. You know, the sports side. 8 of, I think it's 11 of them are come from the Commonwealth, and the descendants come from Jamaica and so forth.
It's like a great big melting pot. It's a rainbow coalition. Yes.
And if they lose, I'm going to dismiss Mrs. Patel, or her name.
Oh, my God, yeah.
We're going to send them back.
She will be loading them up into a dinghy and pushing them out to sea. where they can drown with the government's approval. Yeah.
That's right. I've got an MP up here who's refusing to watch it because obviously England are taking to the knee.
Oh, right. So what's his name?
Mr. Anderson.
Right. Yeah, I knew that there was one of them. And his stance is becoming increasingly silly with each passing game. Yeah, you're really going to avoid watching it on Sunday because they took the knee. Oh, my God. How utterly ridiculous are people? People voted for him.
Oh, yeah. And still will.
No doubt still will, yeah. All right, good. Well spotted. Thanks a lot, George. 0345 6060 973. Andy texts, I think I'd enjoy football more if, when they went to extra time, they added an extra ball every 5 minutes. Huh. They just chuck an extra ball on every 5 minutes. Well, that would be more entertaining, perhaps. Would be difficult to follow. I think we actually tried that in the last game, didn't we? There were a couple of balls on the pitch for a little while there. Denmark Ukraine very upset about it. Denmark too, obviously. Everybody but us. John texts, I agree with Billy Connolly and that we should change our national anthem to a rousing rendition of the Archers theme tune. Well, you just found something that's even more boring than the one we've got. Oh, not that one, this one. Yep, no, can't hear that again. Jenny texts, if England lose, Boris will just say, the matter is closed, while appointing Hancock as the new manager. Yeah, no doubt. No, I think it'll go to, oh, God, I've forgotten her name. You know, what's her name? Bill! Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Clitheroe. Hello, Chris.
Hello, what have you been on tonight, Nick? You're fairly fiery, my friend.
Instant coffee.
Well, it does you good. My suggestion is...
It almost certainly doesn't, but anyway, go on.
Yeah, the national anthem is a bit of a dirge. So let's let rugby union and football have the same anthem of Swing Low. Then we can swing low the Italians back across the channel and run down the little leg of Italy to Sicily at the bottom.
Right.
Because we've beaten Germany, we've beaten France. Man, you France, we're probably underground and we missed them last time. And as for George, we get rid of him, pal. Who's doing your producing tonight?
It's an absolute disgrace, isn't it?
I can't say that. Only you can say that.
Yeah, well, you got on, so there's that.
I've been waiting a fair old time, pal.
Oh, you've been waiting a long time, have you?
Stop whining. Yeah. Anyway, let's hear 1, 2, 3... It's coming home for England.
Oh, my God. No. And furthermore... No. We've got to stop that. Constantly harping on about the war and 1966. Come on, Chris. Get with the programme. Move up. Step into the 1980s. You never know, you might like it. Thanks a lot, Chris. I appreciate the waiting.
Thank you.
John emails, why do people have to raise money for the NHS when the government have an extra £350 million a week that they're putting into the NHS from the Red Bus Tour of the UK? That's right. Boy, are we enjoying that extra £350 million a week, yes?
No.
It's almost as though they were not telling us the truth about that. Mind you, you ask any of the people that were on that bus and they say, bus? What bus? I never saw any bus. Bus? Never heard of a bus. What is a bus? David texts, if England win on Sunday, we will be the only country to have won all of the following: the Football European Championship, the Football World Cup, Rugby World Cup, Cricket World Cup, and the Eurovision Song Contest. Right. Huh. And the Eurovision Song Contest. Which one was that then? Was that Boom Bang Bang? Or Puppet on a String? Was it Puppet on a String? Oh, I hope it was Puppet on a String. That was my favourite. In fact, we can play that for you right now. I bet my glamorous assistant is lining that one up straight away, if not sooner.
Rock and roll!
Puppet on a String by Sandy Shaw. I bet I'm right about that.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Don't want to forget that. Paul says, the first recorded games of football in the British Isles was in the Orkney and Shetland Isles, played by Scandinavian types. So it won't be coming home at all. In fact, it'll be going abroad. It's going abroad. Doesn't work. Ruth emails. Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was actually Chinese. Ruth emails. Am I correct, says Ruth, in remembering that Mr. Johnson and Ms. Patel stated it was perfectly okay for fans to boo the England team? Are they both still of this opinion? It very much depends on the prevailing mood of the nation as to which opinion it is that they express. Let's assume that they don't believe anything that they ever say, and that they only say things because they have been convinced that that's what the majority of their fans want to hear them say. Shall we assume that?
Yes.
Southern Water have been very, very severely dealt with by the very, very powerful regulator who fined them £19 million, something like that. Oh, that's going to hurt them a lot, yes?
No.
You know their turnover, the last figure that I could find? 878 million. 19 million is the change that they can find in the ashtray of their car. Sewage, you say? Shane texts, I think Boris should drive that little car that takes the ball to the ref at the beginning of the match. I would pay a decent amount of money to see that happen. I'm not sure that car would actually go very far. No offence. Wimbledon, hello, Ved.
Hello.
Yes, Ved.
Nick, yeah. I think you already touched on the subject, but what I wanted to say was about this 24 million being given by the footballers for the NHS.
Yes.
And also the 130-odd million that Sir Thomas More collected, like for the NHS.
Who did? Yes.
I mean, the other thing is there's a lot of other charities who are doing the same. But,
right.
As you said, at the time of Brexit, the bus went around and saying that we were going to get
£350 million a week.
From the European Union.
Yes.
For every week, that was.
Right.
Now, where the hell has all that money gone,
I don't know. Let's ask an expert.
I'm a nutcase.
He's got no idea.
And also, not only that, since we had the coronavirus, we have had so much money being wasted, and that was in billions,
Yeah.
That money that was given to the friends of the Prime Minister.
Billions and billions and billions.
Billions and billions.
And billions
so
and billions.
I really, I'm an 80-year-old man. And
80 years old?
And I've lived here since 1960, and I've never seen the money being wasted so much on the National Health Service.
You've only been living here since 1960. Well, Priti Patel has got a place in a dinghy with your name on it.
No, she's from my neighbouring country, which was Uganda, and I am from Kenya. Anyway, right. But the fact is that the money that is being wasted by the friends of this government,
Staggering.
I've never seen anything like that.
I've never seen anything like it in my life either. In all of my life, I can't remember a single administration that was this inept, catastrophically awful at their jobs, and yet so adept at raiding the public purse. Precisely. I've said this before. It's not a government. It's a smash and grab raid.
Yes, and also, if I read it in the papers, the next head of the public health is going to be this lady, isn't it? That they're proposing this lady who is supposed to take over. I think I've forgotten her name.
I was trying to remember her name just moments ago. Maybe I'm Dido Hardy.
I mean,
right.
I think she was responsible for the other mishaps in the organisation.
Responsible is a pretty good word. Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what I wanted to say. I cannot understand how people can sit back and say, look, going around and giving the nurses 1% pay rise, if you had that 350 million every week coming in, you know, I don't think we would have needed to be worried about not paying the nurses. So badly.
Yeah, it's almost like they weren't telling the truth about that.
No, they're not telling the truth anyway, you know, I mean...
Like, at all.
Boris is known for his,
Stop calling him Boris.
Yeah.
He's not your pet dog.
No, he's not. But this is what's going on, you know. I mean, I cannot understand, you know, how people in this country are, you know...
We've been hypnotised. Half of the country have joined a cult, just like half of America have joined a cult for you-know-who over there.
I'm president. Can you believe it? Country, yeah. I mean, I follow football. I'm not, like you, very anti-sports, you know. I do follow...
I'm not anti-sports.
Yeah. No, but, you know, like, say, I know you say you don't follow cricket, but being an Indian of Indian origin... I'm quite into games like cricket.
Boring game.
But what I'm saying is that you're quite right about the fans, the behavior of them after the games, you know.
Right.
I was here in 1966 when they won the World Cup.
You were there?
Well, in England.
Oh, okay.
But I watched the game, and I must say at that time, the behavior of the fans was not as bad as I see it today.
No.
You know?
Well, we went through a period of it being bad in the 1970s. It was just they call it hooliganism, but it's actually blokes, beery blokes who find fighting exciting because that's the reason why they do it. Yeah. It's exciting.
I would be very scared on the night if England win and I'm out there, you know, because I'm coloured and I don't know what will happen because they go so berserk, you know.
Yeah.
That they will start having a go at anybody who is not English, you know, and not drunk or wearing whatever it is.
Yeah. They will go completely berserk. That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, lock your door, Vet. Lock your door, pull your curtains. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Josh says, did you see the clip of Bodger watching the football on TV? When England scored, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Yes, goal." Then turned to his staff and said, "It was a goal, wasn't it?" "Yes, oh good." Did he really? No, I didn't see that. But I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Andy texts, Bodger is making football great again. I think that actually Bodger is getting football done. And John says, I haven't heard you comment on the NHS being given a medal. Well, as opposed to a pay rise. Yeah, that's right. Give them a badge and a funny name, because, you know, that'll make up for it, won't it? Let's have Slough. Dave.
Oh, mate.
Dave.
Listen, this is a real question. Is it coming home or is it coming Rome?
Is it coming home or is it coming Rome? That's very well put.
Exactly.
Yeah. Your predictions, Dave?
It's coming home. 2-0. Job done.
Right. And how are the goals going to be scored? From set pieces? Penalties?
Well, I reckon we got Harry Kane. He's on a roll. He'll get them both.
He'll get them both. But from open play or corners, set pieces, free kicks?
He'll score an header as a corner and he'll get in a free kick.
And he'll get in a free kick. Now, will that free kick be awarded fairly, or will it be one of our players pretending that they got clipped?
Well, I reckon that'll always be up in the open with everyone, won't it?
Right. So that's a yes then.
It's a yes, mate.
All right, thanks a lot, Dave. We'll find out. Not too long to wait now, eh? I should have asked him if he will be distraught if the above does not actually come to pass. I'll assume that the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes. George text, saying it's coming home means the cup is coming home. I bet you Italy win, then the cup will be going home to Italy. I bet it's the most boring match in history. Because, I mean, I don't know anything about football or any other subject for that matter.
Affirmative.
But I think that Italy are a very defensive team, and we don't seem to have much idea in midfield and attack. I mean, there's not much creative spark there, is there? I mean, it's just kind of dull. So we're a sort of a defensive team, and they're a defensive team. Oh, it's going to put us all to sleep. If it wasn't so much that was resting on it. I mean, of course, absolutely nothing is resting on it. I don't believe that the country will be improved any. I don't think the economy will be saved or anything like that. Well, it'll still be the same place with the same problems, in debt up to our eyeballs, both with massive job losses and companies facing massive shortages of workers, doing all the jobs that we don't want to do, that we used to have Europeans do for us, but we told them to get out, and now we're upset that they've left. We're like, we don't want your sort over here. Get out. No, wait. Don't go. Come back. Martin texts, football's coming home, Nick. England will win 2-1, 3-1 or 4-1, but England will win. The odds are in England's favour. England is the better team, where the slightest edge is decisive. What are you talking about? The slightest edge is decisive? No, it isn't. Tom texts, it's coming home is just another sound bite perhaps, just like Oven Ready or Get Brexit Done for the idiots of this country, says Tom. Wow. Well, just as long as you don't say anything controversial, Tom. Idiots, you say. Football is absolutely chock-a-block full of idiots. I mean, can we be truthful with each other just for a moment? Football fans, as a group, not individuals, of course, but as a group, are morons. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
At least we can agree on that. I mean, think of another sport where the fans, as a group, are as stupid. Go on, I double dare you. Any sport. Oh, okay, darts. But that's not really a sport. That's more like a pastime between refreshments.
Booze.
That's not a sport. Darts. It's not a sport. Pastime. A sport. Think of a sport with a stupider crowd in the stands. There isn't one. Tennis? Nope. Cricket? Nope. Basketball? Nope. Golf? Nope. What other sports are there? There aren't any. Hockey? Of course not. Did I say tennis? Probably did. There isn't. It's football. Morons. If you're at a football game, you'll be surrounded by morons. Stephen texts, Nick, is the Euros a currency-based tournament? You bet your life it is. They got no end of money. Ian says, the Dutch are reimposing COVID rules tomorrow, just 2 weeks after abandoning restrictions. In a fortnight, the daily infections have gone from 500 to 7,000, with the majority aged under 30. If the infections here multiply at the same rate, we will see 420,000 a day by the beginning of next month.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding? 420,000 a day by the beginning of next month. And you know what the beginning of next month is? A holiday for MPs. They're going on holiday till the middle of September.
What?
In a pandemic. With everything else that's going on, they've decided to up sticks and go on holiday. And that, by the way, I betcha, is the reason why they're opening up a lot of countries that you could be able to go to. Of course, you won't be able to go to because you haven't booked and the prices have just gone up 1,000%. But they will. They'll be able to go. That's why they're opening up the countries, because they want to go on holiday. I'll prove it to you. Tory MPs are deactivating the NHS COVID-19 app in case they get pinged and ruin their own holidays.
What?
The COVID-19 software forces people to isolate for 10 days if they've come into contact with someone who's tested positive for coronavirus. But many politicians working in the Houses of Parliament have admitted that they have turned it off. The Commons rises for its 6-week summer break in a fortnight. 6 weeks! That is absolutely incredible, isn't it? And they'll say, oh, well, we'll be working hard in our constituencies. No, they won't. The Commons rises for its 6-week summer break in a fortnight, and they've said they didn't want to have to cancel their holidays. One MP said colleagues are starting to work out that they're highly likely to get pinged as things open up and cases rise. Ministers have also ordered an urgent review of the NHS app following concerns it is bringing the system into disrepute by ordering too many people to self-isolate. I think it brought the system into disrepute by costing £37 billion and not working. I think that's probably what brought the system into disrepute. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Sources told Her Majesty's Daily Mail that the app's sensitivity will be reduced to cut the numbers being asked to isolate unnecessarily. Right. So they're taking an app that's supposed to protect the nation by the nature of its sensitivity, and they're making it less sensitive. Well, that makes about as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Figures yesterday revealed the record 50,000 a day were ordered to isolate by the app last week. I wonder approximately what percentage of them actually did that, though, isolate. I mean, the Prime Minister himself can't even pronounce test and trace.
Contact tracing, contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. There's me calling him Boris. Oh, it's so annoying. Stop doing that. I mean, did people used to call Theresa May Theresa? No, they called her Ms. May. Or Prime Minister. Or Theresa May. We, the general public, didn't call her Teresa, did we? Let's stop calling him Boris. He's not our pet. Even though that's the way he likes to present himself. So, at present, those using the NHS app are pinged to self-isolate for 10 days, and if they're found to have spent more than 15 minutes within 2 metres of somebody else who tests positive for the virus, then that's it. They have to go stay inside. If they are found to have spent more than 15 minutes within 2 metres of someone, or more accurately, if their phone does. A computer algorithm identifies the risk posed to everyone who came into contact with the infected person at any time from 2 days before they first displayed symptoms. Well, it's okay, everybody. The government has made a computer algorithm. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, their record on computer systems that cost the earth and don't work is near perfect.
Affirmative.
Ministers are concerned that failing to reform the system could result in thousands deleting the app. To be specific, though, ministers, are deleting the app, but they're concerned that the little people, not leprechauns, will delete the app too. Don't do as they do, do as they say. It's the regime's way. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Sedgley. Ralph.
Good evening, or good morning, shall I say now?
Yes, Ralph.
I've been thinking over time for a reason, but bumbling Boris, I call him.
Roger.
How about he's got the out of place hair, he's got the clumsy walk as an England football team mascot?
Right.
People can take him more seriously.
We'll put a lead on him and have him walk onto the pitch on all fours.
Oh, yeah, but we need a suitable name for him, you see, but I haven't thought of that yet. But I don't know.
You haven't thought about it yet?
No, I haven't thought about a suitable name for bumbling Boris with the team mascot. Well, you probably have more credibility, you see.
Yeah, Ralph, next time you call, think it through firsthand and make sure that you've got notes and you'll be able to fill in the blanks. All right. So you've painted the scenario for us, but you just haven't got a title for the painting.
No, sadly not, but I'm sure you viewers and listeners can actually...
Oh, yeah, leave it to me. He's giving me homework. Can you believe that?
No.
Homework? But, sir, it's the football. Thanks a lot, Ralph. Ian says, the Dutch are... no, I read that. It was depressing the first time I read it. I don't want to read it again. Dave says, if we do win, do you think there'll be thousands of new baby Gareths? Only 498 last year. They're as rare as a legitimate Sterling dive. Gareth, yeah. It's not a very common name, is it? Gareth. Is that tie? It's supposed to be a lucky tie, by the way. Is polka dot tie? Is lucky tie? Because he used to have a lucky waistcoat, or at least that's the way it was painted in the press. Maybe it was just his waistcoat. I mean, how many waistcoats does one bloke own? How many ties does a footballist own? Maybe he's just got the one. Of course, if he changes his tie now, then and if we lose, people are going, oh, well, stupid moron manager, he changed his tie, didn't he? Jim says, if England lose on Sunday, I suggest every pizzeria and Italian restaurant in the Wembley area boards its windows up. Well, I came past a lot of Italian restaurants on the way here, and I had the exact same thought. I bet they do. I bet they do. Derby, Brent.
Good morning.
Yes, Brent.
I think, and you might agree with me, that we'll have a solution to a couple of problems. We could build statues to the England team if they win, and they could replace all those other statues. There's only one problem. If they're going to make them lifelike, wait for it, they're going to have to make them very easy to topple and fall over.
These are the jokes, folks.
And I'm sure Bodger, as you call him, would probably want a statue himself, because he has played for England. He played in the charity match. You might remember when he ran halfway across the pitch, fell over and knocked somebody. So he probably would take credit.
Flattened some child. Yeah, I think it was the other kind of football. Yeah, but no, he would want a statue of himself. The difficulty would be coming up with all that bronze. I mean, where would they find it? Thanks a lot, Brent. 0345 6060 973. Mike texts, Britain is a nation, England and Scotland are countries, and Wales is a Principality of England. That's why there's no Welsh bit of the Union flag. Well, that was a bit out of left field. Who was asking? Rob says, that song's... Almost certainly one of those words is wrong. That song's lyrics, well, that song's exclamation mark. Then lyrics should be it's coming home, the trophy's coming home. You mean... Right, okay, that song. It's coming home, the trophy's coming home. Right, not football's coming home, the trophy's coming home. But it's never been here, so it's not exactly home, is it? If it's never been here. We ain't never won that trophy, not nor nothing. Because if we had, you would have heard about it just constantly, ever since. As we've heard about 1966, constantly ever since. I mean, oh my God, if they play that clip on TV one more time, I'm going to physically pick my television up and throw it out the window. I absolutely won't do that, but I will think about it. Brian says, if England do win, I will take some small comfort that the only team they did not beat was Scotland, says Brian. That is small comfort, but you get it where you find it. Mick says, forget the Wembley crowd. The British Grand Prix is the next weekend with an expected crowd of 1.4 million. That's when the peak will be interesting. 1.4 million people. That can't be true. 140,000 maybe. There's an extra zero in there. Maybe that would be Bodger. Bodger is the extra zero. There's another sport that's fascinating to watch. Boring! Oh, my God. Formula One. Around and around and around they go, and nothing ever happens.
Correct.
The guy that starts at the beginning ends at the beginning. You can tell who's going to win. Almost certainly. It's whoever starts first. Whoever has pole position ends first. Because it's not the driver, it's the car. You see, never mind about, if we wind back right at the beginning of this show when we were talking about you don't actually need to play the football match at all, I suggested, somebody else forced me to suggest that the referee should just, check the various players and make a decision based on who he thinks is the best team, and you don't have to play the football at all. Well, that counts doubly so for the Grand Prix. You don't need to go around and around and around because it's not the driver, it's the car. So you just need expert technicians to give the engines a once-over and say, this is the best one, and then they win, and nobody has to hear that meow, meow, meow. Worst-sounding sport ever. Plus the boredom. It's like pain and boredom. It's like S and M, all in the one sport. Bodger has his own specially made England shirt. Well, doesn't that make him look athletic? And it's got Boris. It looks like 10, but it's actually Io. Boris Io, as in the moon of Jupiter. Dense, volcanic, and dangerous to be around. He knows himself so well. Selzy, Maxine.
Hello, my flower.
Oh, my God, you're loud.
Yeah, I know, because you always complain that people don't talk up, so I'm chatting to you.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I've got to tell you, Boris, his shirt, what's it say on the back?
Stop calling him Boris.
I'm calling him Boris. I could call him Doris, but I call him Boris. Right, now, what's he got on the back of his England shirt?
His name. His first name, by the way. His first name, by the way. What player has their first name on their shirt?
Well, I know that, but you two man said he had 10 on the back. Should it be IOU on the back? Because he owes us a flaming lot, doesn't he, my darling?
He does, a flaming lot.
Yeah, there you go. Now, I'm a bit concerned with you.
Huh?
Because I spoke to you ages ago when you was working at Christmas and you had a pizza for your Christmas dinner.
Yes.
Now, what I'm concerned about is on Sunday,
right,
are you having an Italian pizza? You know what I mean, my darling?
No.
Are you having an Italian pizza or are you having a good old British fish and chips?
How about if I have a pizza with fish and chips on it?
You ain't going to eat all that. I know you ain't going to eat all that. Now, I've got to tell you one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got to tell you this because the nation is going to be outstanding with this. You know what? My company, who I work for, I was due to go and work on Sunday to work from 1:15 till 10:15.
Ooh.
But my company, they nice, they said we can close our shop at 7:30 and we can all go home and watch a football.
Well, you'll have to run 7:30. So if you close at 7:30...
it only takes me 20 minutes to drive on. If I drive very fast, providing there's no police on the road, you know what I mean, my darling?
No.
I've got to tell you this.
But hang on a minute, though, Maxine. If you close your shop it's a betting shop. If you close your betting shop at 7:30, then you're not going to get out of there for at least another 15 minutes, right? Because you can't just close the door.
Hang on. You know my situation, didn't you?
I've got no idea.
You know. Yeah, you do, because you turned around and said, I can't close my shop for 15 minutes, and that's my rules in my company.
But
you can't go over 15 minutes.
It's it's just the way of closing anything up. It just takes... You can't just shut the door at 7:30 and walk out at that moment, because you've got to turn the lights off.
Let me tell you something, darling.
You've got to count the money that you've lost.
No. Let me tell you something. I can shut my door at 7:30. I'll be out there by 8:25.
Right.
I'm that good. Now, I am that good. I know you're very surprised. I know. I can tell that because I can feel it in your voice, my darling.
This is good information.
Warning!
Anybody in Selzy, stay off the roads between the hours of 7:30 and 8. You have been warned.
No, I've got to tell you something. Right now, this is very serious. Today, I went and had an eye test done, my darling.
An eye test?
Yeah, I had to get my eye test done, for my glasses ain't working properly.
Right.
I don't know whether it's my eyes or my glasses.
How
So I
many?
thought, well,
how many fingers am I holding up?
2. Well, actually, it might be 1. It depends on when it is.
Yeah.
Right, now, anyway, I goes to the lady at the reception. I goes, hello, my name's Maxine. I've come for my eye test. Right, now, this is a reputable optician.
Yeah.
She goes, I can't see you on the list. Well, what did I think? Right, that's through
You
me.
should get your eyes tested.
If they can't see me on the list, how do I feel, my darling?
Right.
Yeah, because I know that ain't going to happen. Now, on Sunday, are you working, my darling?
Yes, from 10.
From 10 o'clock? So you're going to... Oh, you can watch the football, can't you?
Well, I'm hoping that I can, because I've got.
What's your boss like? Is he a nice boss?
Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
You can count. You're doing your maths.
I've got 14 screens in front of me. 14 screens.
14,
None of
greedy,
them.
ain't ya?
Not one single one gets the football. So I'm going to have to scout the building and find there has to be one screen that's got the football on it. So I'm going to have to search it out, and I'm really, really hoping that it doesn't go to extra time. I'm actually I know that the rest of the nation is hoping for an England win, but that's my fervent hope that it doesn't go to extra time, because how will that even work? How will I be able to do a show while it's still going on? Impossible. Can't be done. There'll be acres of empty blank space, Maxine. In fact, I'll throw to you and you can fill in.
Now, I've got to ask you one thing.
And in closing,
how many people do you think are going to go sick Monday morning?
Well, it very much depends.
Are you going to go sick Monday morning? I ain't going to go sick. I'm going to work. I've got to go work, can I?
Right.
Half 8 till 6:15.
8:30?
It's not right. 8:30 in the morning till 6:15.
Does anybody bet at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do they?
Well, they come in and they pick their winnings up from the night before in England.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I wish you all the. Yeah, no doubt. I wish you all the best, Maxine. Thanks for that. So you have been warned. Selsey, 7:30 till 8 Sunday night. Stay off the roads. 0345 6060 973. Mark text. The football is making most of us feel good. Is it? I think it's making most of us feel like nervous, uncomfortable, kind of like tense, nervous headache. Good. I think it will make us feel good if we win, but only for a brief period. What I object to is that people are talking this up like it's going to change the country, like nothing that's happened to us over the last year and a half. The catastrophic clown show that we got running this country, and all of their stumbles and mistakes and errors and stupidity.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All that's going to just disappear, and those sunny uplands will come into view. But it won't. Like the day after, it will still be this. But anyway, Mark says, the football is making most of us feel good. Getting to the final has nothing to do with politicians. COVID would still exist if we'd been knocked out, as would Brexit, and we would still have a dreary anthem and a damp climate. But this is a happy thing. Come on, England, says Mark. Yeah, I guess we should take all of the happy things when they are presented to us, because they seem to be few and far between. Grab them with both hands. Darren, which, by the way, these days is called a Matt Hancock. Grabbing something with both hands is called a Matt Hancock.
Affirmative.
Darren emails, if we win this tournament playing at home with the help of a green laser and a dodgy penalty call, it will be our greatest achievement since the Russians won World War II. That's right. It will be our greatest achievement since the Russians won World War II. He says, also, it could totally backfire. Imagine if we win in a boring 1-0 game and it takes us another 55 years to win again. They think it's all over. It is now, thank God, says Darren. Matt says, Nick, between now and kick-off on Sunday, I urge all true Englishmen worthy of the name to boycott Spag Bol and avoid ordering a half-time pizza. Your country needs you, people. You should only eat curries. Proper British food. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good evening.
Simon.
I'm going to be extremely offensive, I'm afraid.
Oh, no. Grip onto something firm, everybody.
Now, I'm not very I'm not at all patriotic, and I hate football.
Oh.
So it's a good recipe so far. So I personally don't really care, but if I was to express a preference, I'd say I hope we lose. And the reason for that,
yes,
reason. The reason is basically people that voted Brexit and Tory, because they're more likely to be more excitable about England playing football. So basically, it's just one way of sticking it to them.
Well, that is some complicated thinking that you just engaged in there, Simon.
Yeah. You
had to have tied yourself up into a pretzel knot to come to that conclusion.
I've been like that since I was denied the chance to put my vote right in a second referendum.
Right.
I feel that these people have stolen from me, and I want it back. And if I can't have it back, then I'm going to burn the house down.
Right.
You're going
to scream and scream and scream till you're sick. But I mean, really, only a crazy person would want a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
Yeah.
I know. Now the other thing is about the booing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which basically underlines the stereotypical type of people I'm talking about.
Yes.
Now, when you train a dog, if you train a dog and you're trying to get it to do something and it's playing up or misbehaving, one technique is to just literally turn your back on it. Dogs hate that.
Do they?
Yeah. So
I tell you what dogs really hate is when you put your hand on their paw. They just can't stand it. They take their paw from underneath your hand and put their paw on your hand. And if you put your hand on their paw again, that's the one thing they just absolutely cannot live with. Weird, that, isn't it?
It's true. Now, look, all I wanted to say was, right, it's a bit like training a dog, okay, because people that boo, they are probably a bit lower than dogs, but never mind. Why don't the team, and it's never going to happen, but wouldn't it be lovely if it did, every time they boo, the team just walks back inside, spends 5 minutes, comes back out, tries again, boo again, off we go again, 5 minutes, come back, boo again, off we go. Then hopefully these people would sit there confused and think, every time we boo, the team goes away.
Right.
Wonder why that is.
Yeah, like Pavlov's dogs, they'd learn eventually.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe when they stop booing, we could give them a treat.
Like a tasty referendum.
Like a tasty treat. No, not that. I don't think they call that a treat. No. All right. Thanks a lot, Simon. Fingers crossed. 0345 6060 973. See if I can weed some of these texts and emails out. So many of them. Chris says, I was just dropping a nice lady off in the cab when the subject of football came up. She said it's an outrage that women don't get paid as much as men. I then replied with something that I instantly regretted, that men's football is a much better quality than women's. She then went into a rant, called me sexist, and said I must hate all women. With that, she then stormed out of the cab without paying. I'm too scared to go after her, says Chris. Well, if it's an Uber, she's probably given you 1 star. But you were completely correct in every respect. It's show business. How many bums on seats? That's that's representative of how much you should be paid. The end. Derek says, if England do not win, Bodger will replace Gareth Southgate with Dido Harding. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? They'll all be dead by this time next year. Simon says, was Sandy Shaw the one who didn't wear shoes? Didn't you know how dangerous that is, especially on stage with a lot of sharp things? Yeah, I always wondered about that. It seems a bit like, why put some shoes on, dear? He says, also, when I went to the temple in Chichen Itza in Mexico, the Mayans used to play a football-type game, and that was 400 AD. A tad before us, though, they may have used heads for balls. It's a small point. New Malden. Hello, David.
Oh, hello.
David.
Yes, I'm really worried about the guy who suggested getting Boris on the pitch as a mascot, because we don't know what he'll do. He'll get up and start. If he sees an international footballer, he rugby tackles them, don't they? Do you remember the charity game where he rugby tackled this German international and unfortunately wasn't sent off? So
well, I remember the rugby game. I remember the rugby game where he tackled a 10-year-old child to the ground. Yeah, flattened him.
This is when he was mayor of London, and you had this German international who thought he was playing a sensible kind of charity game. He didn't know he was playing with a total British rugby playing idiot. But even then, Boris showed he had no sense of the rules, and it's just a creature of impulse. But, there we go.
Here's an oath.
Oh, yes, yeah. I'm a bit worried if we do win, whether he's going to run on the pitch and insist on running around with the cup or something. He does seem to be capable of nonsense like that.
It was me what won it. That would be his. Yeah, he'll have a T-shirt made up ahead of time, just in case. Yeah.
Is Priti Patel going to be there?
I don't know. Keeping control. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
If we had an immigration policy, somebody worked out there would only be 3 players on the team, because most of these guys are Irish.
Somebody just came up with a list. I just deleted it because it was going to take me too long to read it out. But yeah, a lot of Irish. That's right. Why not? What's wrong with that? Thanks, David. 0345 6060 973. Epsom. Hello, Sammy. There's no Simmy.
Hello, Nick.
Simmy.
Hi, yeah, sorry. I was in the middle of cleaning up my kitchen because I've got a little Indian takeaway going on.
Ooh.
And
what did you get? What did you order?
Oh, I didn't order. I cooked.
Oh, you said takeaway.
Yeah, I mean my clients order for me. I cook the food and then they take away from me.
They take away from you, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. How's business?
It's good. I mean, I didn't start until very recently. Probably very stupid and should have started much earlier before the restaurants opened.
Right.
But it's fun. But
why did you choose to make curry?
Because I was born in this country. I spent 25 years living in Greece, but I'm actually from the north of India, from Punjab.
Oh, okay.
But even my mum said, why have you decided to do this now when I'm 73 and I can't help you? But
73? Right, okay.
Not me, my mum.
Your mum, right, okay, I get that, yeah.
But I've had some weird crank callers this evening for the first time ever, because my business is on Google, and just a weird night with crank callers. I don't know if is it a full moon?
Well, I don't know, Sammy, but you've had a weird night with crank.
I'm Simmy.
Yeah, you've had a weird night with crank callers. Imagine how I feel.
You poor thing. But the reason why I'm calling is that I have 2 children, both in primary school. One is age 10 and the other one is in reception, age 5.
Yeah.
And I had an email from the school today saying that if your child is a football fan, so only if your child is a football fan, they can come to school at 10:30 in the morning on Monday.
Huh?
Yes. But only if your child is a football fan.
How do they prove that? What evidence do they require?
Maybe bags under the eyes.
Bags under the eyes,
not concentrating at school the next day.
Yeah, like hungover.
Probably having you breathalyzer test, maybe.
Yeah, right.
That would be a good indication.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. It makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Thanks a lot, Simi. All the best. And finally, Lee texts, if football really does come home on Sunday, will Patel put it in a detention centre and then deport it? Yeah, no doubt. Damien says, I am English and I would rather have to go to work for 7 days a week for a month after England lose than have a bank holiday with England winning. Well, that seems a bit extreme. Doesn't that seem like an extreme position?
Yes.
Makes no sense. Jim says, Nick, if England lose their match on Sunday, do you think that Keir Starmer should resign? Let me think about that for a moment.
Yes.
Yes. Either that or it would have to be Jeremy Corbyn's fault, I think. Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeremy Corbyn. No! You see what you've done? Richard Branson thinks that young people are going to watch a bunch of billionaires on a jolly and get the same feeling as we all got when we saw man landing on the moon for the first time. It's almost as though billionaires aren't connected to reality. Gareth Southgate has urged the nation to stop looking at the negatives of our country because England has so much to be proud of. And he said it's all credit to the lads and it's all credit to the fans and it's all credit to the manager. And it's all credit to the lads and the fans and the manager.
Correct.
He rallied 35 million patriotic fans ahead of tomorrow night's Euro 2020 final. There's a football match? Well, he can say anything he likes as long as he doesn't go on about the Second World War. In other news, he went on about the Second World War.
Oh, no.
I can't believe it. These are minus points, Gareth. England's manager said that Britain should not be ashamed of its history, as he praised his squad's role in driving tolerance and inclusion. Yeah, right. This report is being printed in the same papers that have been writing up that taking the knee thing is an outrage against decency. And the fans have been pretty clear about what they think about tolerance too. No! They don't like it. And the politicians wrapping themselves in the flag and having their photo taken, cheering on our boys, have been pretty clear too. I mean, do you think Prissy Patel or Bodger Johnson would have come out as fans if England had not reached the final?
No.
Of course they wouldn't. And as for being not ashamed of our history, what a bizarre thing to say. Well, I mean, there's things about our history that we should be ashamed of. Just like pretty much every other country on Earth. Just like every person on Earth. We're not living in some Disneyland cartoon country. We've done some pretty awful things. Are we just to pretend that they didn't happen because it's in the past and we're British? Oh, blimey. Please, I can't stand it. Not this song again. Oh, my God. Yeah, I know. Give all your best stuff to the Queen, like she needs more stuff. Then, of course, there's the Super Spreader event. It'll be the Super Spreader event of the season. It's not like we don't know what happens when large football crowds get together because of the huge surge in infections among the Scots who came down for the game against England. But Bodge wants a PR boost. So in Wembley Stadium itself, almost 70,000 fans will be yelling and singing and passing on whatever they've got down the line, and they'll take it home with them, and everyone can share the joy of diseased sputum. The Daily Mail actually had the nerve to print the following. You might want to sit down. They said, quotes, Southgate's England team has been hailed for its social conscience, which has seen squad members saluted for taking the knee against racism. Wow. I'm amazed that page didn't burst into flames. Talk about the definition of gaslighting. They've been writing acres of columns criticising them for doing exactly that for weeks. They must think we've got the memory of goldfish. Please disregard everything we've said on the matter because England is now winning. And we just can't stop talking about the time that we won something. Last night, Harry Kane, 27, said he felt an extra surge of motivation and confidence after being compared to Moore. Not Gary Moore.
Rock and roll!
Bobby Moore. 1966 and all that. We are still going on about that. God, it's just so desperate. We've defined ourselves as a country by 2 wins. One of which we had precious little to do with, World War II, and 1966, the World Cup we won with the benefit of it being played here. And now it seems like the success of the nation depends on us winning a football tournament against countries we decided we don't want anything to do with anymore. I mean, let's face it, it's only the Euros. Brazil aren't in it. Argentina aren't in it. Nor are Uruguay or Mexico. And we had a really easy route that managed to avoid Belgium and France and Spain, and we haven't won anything against Italy in a major tournament since 1977, which is as long ago as forever. 1977 was so long ago, John Lydon wasn't a Tory yet. 1977 was so long ago, it actually had great music being released, and it wasn't all boy bands with auto-tune singers and identikit songs. You remember proper music, don't you?
No.
You know, I can remember what song was the bestseller in 1977, the year of punk and disco and hippity hop, all coming out at once, a tremendous year for modern cutting-edge music, so I looked it up. I actually did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
The best-selling single of 1977, the year of White Riot and Neat, Neat, Neat and Holidays in the Sun, was Mull of Kintyre by Paul McCartney and Wings.
Boring!
Oh. It was the year of Shawaddy and the Barren Nights and the Brotherhood of Man.
Oh, no.
Nobody wants to go back there again.
Correct.
No, we want to go back to 1966. And we want to go back to 1940 and the Blitz, you know, when there was nothing to eat and death was all around and bombs were falling out of the sky. The good old days. And apparently the comparison made between Harry Kane and Bobby Moore is because they were both born in London. So that's settled then. We'll win. No need to actually play the match. Boris Johnson has declared that the matter is closed. The other reason that we're destined to win, apart from being British, of course, the amount of times I've read, oh, we deserve this, we've been through a lot.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
As though there's a limit to the amount a nation will be put through before God gets involved and tips the scales in our favour. Well, newsflash, Italy's been through a lot too. And so has France and Denmark and Belgium. Of course, New Zealand got away pretty much unscathed, and so did Vietnam and South Korea. But they're not in the Euros, so who cares about them? Gareth Southgate's men will be urged on by Prince William, the president of the Football Association, who has been in the royal box for England's 2 previous games at Wembley. How does he keep getting those great seats, by the way? He must be up all night, bashing his credit card number into those ticket sites. What's your secret, Wills? And how has Whatsit managed to condense 10 days isolation into about 3 days flat to emerge just in time to get her free seats at Wimbledon? It's almost as though there's one set of rules for them and another for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that can't be true, though, can it? The Prince tweeted, Prince Wills, this is Wills out of Wills and What's It, he tweeted, the whole country will be behind you on Sunday. During a visit to a pub in Wales yesterday, Prince Charles said that he would be watching the final at home. Which one? Is it the palace or the castle or the manor or the estate or the house or which one? Well, Chaz. He told, I don't know, some cap-doffing, tremulous person in front of him, he said, that's what it sounds like. What it sounds like to me. He said it would be marvellous if they won, admitting that the tension of the games was getting to him. The Prince of Wales said, watching the football, it's rather too much for the nerves. Say that. I made that up. Meanwhile, actual fans are paying up to £54,000 each for tickets at Wembley. Are you insane? Those are Wembley tickets that are free to those that can afford them, very expensive to those that can't. I mean, if we lose and you paid 54 grand to see it, can you imagine? Meanwhile, the whole country is coming to a halt. Tesco and the Co-op are going to shut up early on Sunday. Tesco Express will close all of its 1,600 stores at 7:45. So you better get your refreshments in early.
Booze.
Co-op 24-hour petrol stations will not be 24 hours. 7:45 they're closing. God, the people who are working there are going to have to sprint home. 7:45? That's cutting it a bit tight, isn't it? I wouldn't be on the roads between 7:45 and 8. Because people will be going berserk. Oh, and by the way, fill up now, because the petrol stations are going to be shut. Lidl revealed it's going to open its stores an hour later on Monday if England are successful on Sunday night. And whether England win or lose, Iceland has announced delays to opening hours. That's the supermarket, not the country. And of course, Bodge wants in on it to make it all about him. And there's the off chance that he's going to declare a bank holiday on Monday if we win, which is leaving a bit late, and speaks of a desperation that must make other countries snigger. Keir Starmer has said that he is backing the plan.
Oh, fabulous.
Of course he is. He's the I agree with Boris leader of the Labour Party. And so as to get his picture in the papers, Bodge had a minion go off to get the last England flags in the shops because now we're winning. He's a football fan. Sure you are, Bodge. He went from boo to woohoo. Economists expect a spending boom if England go all the way in a major tournament for the first time since 1966. And Tories are hoping they can benefit from a political bounce due to the euphoria. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You're not that lucky, are you, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh. I mean, talk about draining all the joy out of a win. And a spending boom if England win. What are we going to be spending money on? Exactly. What? I mean, you go out and buy a new car? You're going to go out and buy a German car? Or a Japanese one? Maybe a French one? Or an Italian car? What are people going to go out and buy if we win let's admit, like a second-class football tournament? It's not the World Cup. A spending boom. And the Tories are hoping they can benefit from a political bounce. Oh, God. If we give them... they will only benefit if we give it to them. I mean, let's be absolutely clear. They weren't supporters. They were critics of pretty much everything that the team and its individuals have done. Football is not the sport of entitled old Etonians. Is it?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
That preening ninny. They're pretending they're interested because they know you are interested. The country's not going to get fooled that easily, are we?
Yes.
You bet we are. We'll believe anything that funny bloke with a hair off the telly says. How do you keep getting away with it, Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
It's just about the most important thing that ever happened to any country in the entire history of the world. That's all. As long as we win. If we lose, then, it's no big thing. We weren't really trying very hard. Plus, they cheated. Don't forget that. Trev texts, Nick, I saw the 1966 World Cup final on Channel 4 today. The diet of football players must have been so much better back then. None of them were falling over. Yeah, which is extraordinary because back then they were drunk. 0345 6060 973. Mariam, Manchester. Mariam.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Mariam.
So I just wanted to say about this football thing. They've got it, on the screen where they have the number of the bus and where it's going. They've put all over that it's coming home.
Oh my God! And you've got to be kidding. Where is this? There's a bus route in Manchester, and instead of the destination in Bolton, right? Instead of the destination of the bus, they put "It's coming home."
Yeah, and they put the England flag as well.
Yeah. Well, I'll go to the end of our street, but not on that bus.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, keep your eyes peeled, Mariam. Thanks a lot, mate. 03 or Miss, whichever. Mariam with an M for mother. Right. Okay. Awful. Yeah. It's coming. Okay. So if you get on that bus, how do you know where it's going? Home is where it's going. It's coming home. Apparently, politicians have been advised not to say that because it upsets other countries, and we're busy trying to ingratiate ourselves with other countries in order to secure the World Cup. But Bodge just couldn't help himself, could you, Bodge? It was in him and it had to come out. Ted says the Italians will give the English a masterclass on diving. I don't think that any country can teach us anything about cheating. Are you kidding me? We are number one. Let's have concert. Sean.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
All right.
I've never stopped laughing all night, man. I think you're great. Anyway.
Thanks.
I'm here to wind them up, right? I'm going to sit with a lovely 12-inch lovely Italian pizza for Italy to win 3-0.
Yes.
And do you know where the game was originally started from? Where it was.
I'm going to guess principally because somebody tweeted this in yesterday. Scotland.
No, China.
No, that's...
It was invented in China.
No,
now, how can that be coming home if it was invented in China?
But by what measure was it invented in China?
Well, because it started off with two Chinese in a park, and then it grew and grew and grew.
Did you just say... Was that...
They kicked the ball or something. They kicked something anyway. But that's what it was. It was invented in China.
Right. It sounded very much like you said two gay Chinese kicking.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Didn't you?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Right.
I just said there was two
Chinese,
two lads in the park in China.
Mm-hmm.
They kicked this way. It must have been a ball about, and then an awful lot of them came over and then started kicking the ball, and that's how they invented the game.
Because they come over here. Hey, I saw I spent way too much time on Twitter. Somebody please drag me off that site. It's just such a waste of time.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what makes me sick about tomorrow, right? That
what?
There's only
not remotely interested in anything I'm saying. Yes?
4,000 VIPs, right?
Yeah.
Only 7,000 Italian fans and 60,000 English fans. How do they work that one out, Lee?
When the game starts, watch those VIP seats. They'll be almost completely deserted. I betcha. People when they're free, they don't show up. And even when they do show up, they stick around in the bar because it's a free bar, and those seats will be empty at kickoff, and they'll gradually fill up over the next 10 or 15 minutes. Bet ya.
I bet you any money that this virus it's going to erupt.
Oh, well, we know it will.
By the end of Monday or Tuesday, the numbers are going to go sky high.
Through the roof. We know that that's the case because it happened in Scotland. It happened in Cheltenham. It happened every time anybody gets together in large groups and starts yelling and shouting and all hugger-mugger and shoulder to shoulder. Of course it will. It's a virus.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm worried about.
So what are you going to have on the pizza, Sean?
I'm going to have chicken.
Yes.
Barbecue sauce and sweet chili.
Well, that doesn't actually sound that bad. Unless you're a chicken. Poor little chucks. All right.
Right on, mate.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I do remember last week I said that I had bad news about chicken. And then I didn't say anything about it because I was, too busy talking about the issues. Do you want to hear the bad news about chicken? I'll come to that in a minute. And I know that last week I said that over and over and over and over again and then never did actually come to it. I'm very bad at my job.
Correct.
Lucas says, I see England flags everywhere. Poor people will be so disappointed and have to work with a hangover on Monday. There was a lot more England flags out today. A lot more. Because yesterday I came in and I maybe saw 3 cars, if that had England flags on them. And today, maybe 6. I still didn't see any homes with flags on. Maybe I'm just driving through the wrong area. Lucas text, Delta variant is coming home. That's for sure. Yeah, almost certainly. God, there's a lot. I mean, this is an excellent time to bury bad news, of course, and Bodger is throwing open society for our amusement and his glorification, for he does nothing unless it glorifies the Bodger. But there's so many scientists and doctors and professors and so on and so forth saying, no, don't do it, it ain't worth it. Just hold your horses for another month or so. We've come so far, Bodge. But the Bodge will not be moved. For the Bodge wants good PR. For that is what the Bodge likes the most. He lives on it, don't you, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Let's see if I can squeeze one in before the new news. Well, I don't know. That's probably not fair because it would be such a brief call. So I'll take you after the news if you're waiting. Just keep waiting. So there's I did mention the Danish family yesterday, and this is something that shames the nation. The behaviour of football fans, and it is specifically football fans. There's no other fans of a sport who act in such a moronic way as football fans. What is wrong with them, by the way? I mean, I know that's not what you want to hear at the moment, but it's true. Cricket fans don't behave this way. Diving fans don't behave this way. Even darts fans don't behave this way. I mean, and I say even because, darts does imply that absolutely everybody involved has been on the sauce all the time. But a Danish family have told how a mob of drunk fans punched a father in the stomach as they were just trying to get home with their 9-year-old son. Did you hear about this? Football fans. God, it is absolutely shameful. What is wrong with people? It's suspiciously quiet out there in London at the moment. I came all the way in here and it's a bit like, whoa, where is everybody? It's Saturday night, right? Everybody's saving themselves for tomorrow. But there was right in the centre of town, there's a significant number of, shall we call them hooligans? A hooligan element. Probably scoping for Italian restaurants to disassemble tomorrow night, one way or the other, come what may. Casing the joint. Identifying targets, Craig texts, Hi Nick, now that England is not in the EU anymore, will they be included in the next lot of Euros? Excellent question, Craig. They can ban us from the next lot of Euros if they like, as long as they promise to ban us from the Eurovision Song Contest too. They could replace us with Australia or Israel, because they're in Europe. Patrick says, God help us tomorrow, Nick. A ghastly dystopian nightmare I watched to Southgate swap Kane 9 for Boris 10 to take the deciding kick in a penalty shootout. You see, this is why people keep... It's our default position to call him Boris. It's so irritating. He's not our friend. He's not our pet. Stop calling him Boris. That's what he wants us to call him. He should have had Johnson written on his shirt. What kind of a Johnson has their first name written on a replica shirt? I mean, Theresa May, did interviewers call her Teresa? No. When Tony Blair was the Prime Minister, did people call him Tony? No. Gordon, you remember Gordon Brown, don't you? Nobody called him Gordon. Why are we calling this bloke Boris? He's not our mate. Stop doing it. Let's have a call in Oxford. David.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm so fed up of people calling him Boris as well. Yeah. I mean, it's infuriating, isn't it?
It's very, very grating on the nerves.
I don't know. It's probably wrong of me, but I'm hoping Italy win tomorrow. Because I just can't stand the English. I'm English myself, obviously, as you can hear. But
now, wait a minute. You can't stand the English.
Yeah,
but you're English,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but the English nationalism,
that, yes.
Yeah, I'm just...
I'll admit I am a little conflicted. I mean, I do want England to win, but I don't want this regime to cloak themselves in the reflected glory of an England win, which they will.
Absolutely.
They
Have
will
you seen
take
Johnson?
it.
He's already been.
Of course.
He's already been there in his England shirt.
Yeah, he will barge into any photo shoot of the team. He'll have them over at number 10, and he'll stand in front of them.
and he knows nothing about football. He's a rugby fan as well.
Yeah,
if he knows anything about rugby, but he's turned up with Carrie Johnson at the game. So
Carrie Johnson, by the way, that's his current wife. Yes.
Well, yeah, it won't be for too long. Maybe a couple of years left.
Well, like every woman that he's gone out with before, she probably thinks, "Oh, I'll change him." Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, absolutely, and she'll be the next one. Be raging in a couple of years when he's left her.
She'll be throwing his clothes out the first floor window of number 10 as he gets driven back up there. Yeah.
But did you see the shoot he did with he had his thumbs to the back of his England shirt with Boris 10 on the back?
Yeah,
and it's
painful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he knows nothing about football. He's not a football fan, but yet the Red Bull lap it up, don't they? They. This is what frustrates me.
It is frustrating. It really is that there's a significant number of people that just buy that act. It's just, and it's so fake. And how can you still believe it?
But poor old Keir Starmer. I mean, I don't think that much of Keir Starmer, but he is a football fan probably. He gets criticised for watching football in his local pub. Apparently he was getting slagged off for celebrating the wrong way, apparently.
What does that mean? Celebrating the wrong way? Well, he was in a kneeling position while he was doing it.
Yeah. Well, apparently he didn't have a beer on his table.
Oh, right. Oh, well.
Well, whereas Johnson, a man of the people, was obviously celebrating at Wembley.
Yeah,
well, obviously he's a real football fan.
Right, and half the country is going to vote for him again. Is going to vote for a cabinet of millionaire old Etonians to stick it to the elites. It just doesn't make any sense. The whole world's gone crazy.
Never heard of football until last week. In fact, I only heard England were doing well, and he was all, yeah. Oh.
Well, at first, he was full of criticism. He was saying that, yes, go ahead, boo them for being so evil as to care about others, less fortunate than themselves. How dare they? And then when they started to win, it's like, I was supporting them all along. David, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. I share your pain. It's excruciating. I don't want us to lose, but I don't want him to win. And the one will inform the other. If we win, then he will take that win for himself. You know he will. He will barge into the photo shoot, push them out of the way, and say, it's me what won it. I delivered football. Something like that. He got football done. Francis tweets, will all these low-paid workers get paid for the time that these shops are closed for football? No, Francis, I very much doubt that they will. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Hackney. Dave.
Hello.
Yes, Dave.
Hello. Two little things that I hope you'll find slightly entertaining. Yesterday, at about 6 o'clock, I was just walking, just here in Hackney in London, and a fella in a car at the traffic light shouted at me, 3 English flags, do you want one? And he had about 5 in his hand, so I stepped forward and he gave me one. It's a about 18 inches plastic thing with a nice piece of nylon-y with the red cross on the white, the English flag, whereupon I then proudly waved it and shouted out, England, England, twice, quite loudly, whereupon a woman walking just over there a few yards away shouted out, shut up! Whereupon I then walked along, slightly engaging her in conversation, and she immediately told me in her nice, probably original East End accent that she was born in Bow.
Yeah.
She was an older lady walking along. I made a couple more comments, and that's the end of that one. Now, the other little...
Well, now, wait a minute, back up. Why did she tell you to shut up? Because you were just...
I shouted out England twice loudly, proudly waving my little 1 foot plastic thing with the nice nylon-y, silky, with the red cross on the white.
As you have comprehensively described, and she said...
Oh, shut up!
Yes, shut up! In a rich, thick, probably genuine East End accent.
Right, but you didn't, though.
No, I politely engaged her in conversation.
Well, that was impolite. After you had been specifically instructed to shut up, you then did not shut up.
I know, I'm an anti-authoritarian.
Ah, well, you should have said.
I do the opposite of what I'm told.
Right, well, keep going.
If you say go left, I go right. If you say go up, I go down.
Go.
Thank you. Now, the second one, 1994, fella driving myself and another person with our video cameras to go to Berlin for a week on a paid video thing, videoing a 3-day band thing. The story he told us driving down, which I don't know if it's true, but I think he was a real person. He was 10 or 15 years older than me, but he said...
Is this... did you say 1974?
1994.
1994.
We're in the car with the fellow driving us, who was a friend of a friend. It wasn't just a sort of cabbie... But the thing that stuck in my mind, which I think you might find slightly entertaining...
Well, we'll find out.
He said that when he himself was in Berlin, he was in a taxi with a German taxi driver, and they had some kind of argument, I don't know, about the price or where we're going or something.
Yeah.
And what he said is that he said to the German fella, 2 world wars and 1 World Cup, I would have thought you would know better by now. Whereupon the German taxi driver pulled out his gun, and our fella had to run for his life whilst being shot at. Now, I don't know if that's true, I wasn't there, but I think that was probably a real story.
Right, even if it wasn't true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. All right, thanks a lot, Dave. It was mildly amusing. If that's what you were going for. Bob text, not all petrol stations will be shut. I work at the Morrison's one, and we shut at 10 p.m. tomorrow night. At least we get out in time for your show, I guess, says Bob. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? No disrespect to Morrison's. I'm sure they do excellent work. As long as they don't get taken over by the Koch brothers. Mike texts, you'd have thought the government would have had a few England flags thrown in with their multi-million-pound purchase of Union flags for their press briefing room. In other news, Nicola Sturgeon will declare a Scottish bank holiday when Italy win. I know there's a significant number of people who are within earshot of this show who are yearning for England to keep up its losing streak. I do think that there is a significant number of people in England who are quite keen for England to keep up its losing streak, just because, like I said, there'll be certain individuals who will take that win and append it to themselves. Bodge. Yes. Got nothing to do with you. Pah! You'll say. Leslie tweets, England still haven't got the knack of scoring a penalty, as England only scored from a rebound from a missed penalty. Well, that is true, yeah. A missed penalty that we shouldn't even have had in the first place. But for certain individuals, a propensity for throwing themselves to the ground when a light breeze ruffles their hair. Also known as cheating.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Weekday mornings from 7.
Chair of the Conservative Party and obviously Conservative MP Amanda Milling. Do you think the good folk of Backley and Spen turned their back on the Conservatives because of incompetence or sleaze?
This was always going to be a really tough battle. We didn't lose.
You did lose. I don't know what you don't understand, Amanda. You lost.
This was a Labour hold.
Yes.
It was not a Labour win.
So it's not a Labour win. What do you class it then?
This was theirs to lose.
And they didn't. There's a problem for the Conservative Party, and just having your leader and Prime Minister arrive, eat an ice cream and walk along the prom and talk about the vaccination programme doesn't cut it any longer.
It just apropos of nothing at all. At the beginning of that break, we played a clip from Nick Ferrari. And he was talking to some Tory quisling about the result of Batley and Spen. And she said, Labour didn't win. No, they did win. As Nick quite rightly pointed out. Of course they blooming well won. They won! It's like this, they all think that they're Jedi masters and can do that Jedi mind trick. These are not the droids you're looking for. You're not a Jedi. But excellent job, Nick Ferrari. I love your work. David texts, William took George to one game at Wembley. I think he used Harry's ticket. What's really bizarre about chopping up old shows is how long we've been talking about the same thing. It's a year and a half now, and the one that's going to come out on Monday will have a lot of Wills and Hazard in it, going at each other, and Cruella de Marcle taking our little Harry away. They've stolen our puppy dog. On and on and on we've been going about that. A year and a half, by my reckoning. So there'll be some of that coming out on Monday, the Nick Abbott Habit. That's the one of the other podcasts that I do. The other one that I do is with Carol McGiffin.
Yeah.
I'll tell you about that later. Later, eh, Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
Let's have Maidenhead. Hello, Michael.
Hello. I am actually a dual English and Australian. I hold both passports, and I lived in Australia for about 20 years.
You're Australian and Australian. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was English then Australian. I used to work in the news over there. The thing that I just found out is that the football in Australia, they played a game in 1858, which was probably before they played, I think it was England and Scotland. But obviously, because of our heritage with regard to England being the founder, they ran up Australia, that the actual football idea came from England first. So, and I can also confirm that your friend who said about the Chinese playing is somewhat true. A game called Cuju in China was played with a bladder.
That sounds really, really racist. So I think that's the last we'll be hearing about that. But what was the year that you said was Australia? What game was that? What year was it?
It was in the winter of 1858.
Wow. So you're right. 1872 was the first time that England played Scotland. Apparently, 1872 at football. Anyway. We used to play them. We used to play them at other games, but not so friendly.
Yeah. No, I mean the interesting thing is that your friend said before that football was invented in China, but that's not strictly true. They called it Kuju.
Yeah, you said that.
That was
first,
2,500 years ago.
My finger is hovering over the dump button. But okay, thanks for passing the information on there, Michael. So
anyway,
the upshot is, good luck.
I live in England now.
Yes. So you're forced to say that.
No, I'm going to be an avid watcher tomorrow. I hope that it's going to be a good game.
Well, it won't be. If we're going to predict anything at all, my prediction is it'll be a really, really stultifyingly boring and dull game. By which I mean edge of the seat panic for about, let's hope it's only 90 minutes, for people who actually have, an interest in who wins. But for the outside observer, I think it'll just be so boring. I mean, two teams that are defensively set up. An hour. I haven't watched Italy play lately, but we seem to be bereft of ideas.
I think that it's going to be a very interesting game, and
it's almost the exact opposite of what I just said. Yeah, but
everybody is absolutely rooting for England, and
apart from the people who aren't. Yeah. Okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, Michael. John says, we are bound to win because if push comes to shove, we will be awarded another dodgy penalty. Also, don't forget that we allowed all the VIPs from UEFA to come to Wimpy. Wimpy? What does that mean? Wimpy? We didn't send them to Wimpy, did we?
Oh, no.
I mean, no offence to Wimpy, but that's not where you want us to send a VIP. Well, they came over here expecting, the finest food and wines available to humanity. They said, we want them here and we want them now. And we send them to Wimpy. They still do that, the sausage that they curb around a tomato. It were grand when I were a lad. You used to go to Wimpy and they'd have the pictures of the food on the wall. You always know that you're in a classy establishment when they have pictures of the food on the wall. And they used to have, what do they call it? Was it a banger or, what do they call it? They used to, by some fantastic feat of prestidigitation, they managed to bend a banger around a tomato. Can you believe that?
No.
It's like science. It was a miracle of gastronomy. And that was my favourite. Plus, you used to have a milkshake, which then, of course, was just milk flavoured. It was a long time before we actually got the hang of putting ice cream in milk, because that seemed wasteful. And, we didn't used to be big on waste in the 1970s, being as how we were all starving to death. And nobody had any money. And if you ran out of 50p's, you didn't have the electricity anymore. Did they have 50p's in the 1970s? I can't remember. Why are you asking me? I was a child. Jim emails, good morning from Sydney. Hey, it's Australia is running through this show like a thick seam. Good morning from Sydney, Nick. I want to see the Prime Minister coming down a zip line from the Wembley Arch to the centre circle with a St George flag in one hand and a match ball in the other. He might get stuck again, we can only hope. I tell you what, I'm still angry about the person, whoever it was, who let him down. He could still be up on that wire, but somebody let him down. I want the name of the person who let Bodger down off that wire. He could still be suspended up there, out of harm's way. Sam texts, Nick, no other fans get that passionate about other sports because as you said, most are that. What? And then he says, and that's a full stop, and then in capital letters, boring. Nick, no other fans get that passionate about other sports because as you said, most are that. full stop. Well, you're making a lot of sense, Sam. Rory says, let's see what this one's like. Rory says, take back football, get football done. The football rollout has been a tremendous success. Ain't that right, Bodge? Yes. Guildford, hello, Peter.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You are amusing me tonight. I don't know quite why you're tickling your own funny bone, but it's getting to me. So thank you for your amusement.
Well, thank you for the review.
Thank you. If they weren't such depressing topics, you managed to turn them around.
Yeah.
It's not what I phoned in about, but just something caught my ear there. We're on your news, saying that Bozo had written this letter saying that Southgate has forged a band of brothers.
Can you believe it?
Well, I'm sure the idea of things being forged piqued his interest. That's largely, allegedly, on what he's based his career. I say allegedly because I'm supposed to. Apparently, you've got regulations about these things. But I think it's a matter of record.
Right, definitely.
Having said that, and there could be things that aren't true on Wikipedia. I'm prepared to believe that. But you seem to be taking umbrage at the idea that everybody's over-familiarising by calling him Boris.
Yes.
And that's your point here. It's over-familiarisation, yes?
Well, it's not over-familiarisation. No, that's not the issue. It's treating him as though he's your friend. Calling him by his first name does imply a certain chumminess, and by extension, if he is your friend, then he is acting in your interests.
Right. Well, I think we need to have... I'm prepared to believe that things aren't true on Wikipedia, but I think we need to get some proper facts in here first before we get upset about calling him Boris.
Well, I won't lie to you, Peter. We only deal in facts on this show.
Well, it is my understanding that his given Christian name is Alexander.
Yes.
And that he is actually of Turkish background, and his proper surname should be Kamal. And far from being an effete Etonian upper-class Englishman, he was born in New York.
Yeah, he is. Right, American. Yeah.
Well, I'm prepared to have those facts corrected, but we need to know who we're dealing with, because it seems to be a habit, particularly in the Tory party, of portraying themselves and changing themselves to sort of how can I put it? Appeal to our proclivities.
Yes.
And the one that really has made me cross over the years is this IDS bloke, whose name isn't Ian at all, it's George.
And Duncan is his middle name. He calls himself that as though he has a double-barrel name. It's Ian middle name Smith, which is why I call him that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's call him George, and let's call Bozza Alex from now on. But
no, we should call him Alexander.
Yeah. Okay. As you wish. Let's agree on which syllable we're going to stress. Alexander. No, but it's funny until it's not funny.
Yeah.
And the point is that their characters are built on doing these things to fool people.
Right.
And it's my understanding that, and
it's
it was
working.
a matter of... Well, but no, but it shouldn't be working in the sense that it's a matter of record that Panorama found that George had faked his CV to the point of making up, allegedly, his qualifications and his education. And he had no qualifications or education for being put in charge of the Department for Work and Pensions, which is arguably the country's biggest Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. Well, none of them have got any qualifications for doing anything that they are currently tasked with doing. It is always, and I'll keep saying this over and over again, it's what would Donald Trump do?
I can be more presidential.
Well, we're finding out, because he's finally now being charged with criminal...
Well, then we better not say another word about it, Peter? But thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Sam oh no, I read that. Rory says, take back... No, I read that one. Well, I'm doing very well. Way ahead of schedule. No idea where I'm going, but I'm making excellent time. Keith tweets, Nick, Olympics in Japan to be held behind closed doors, but apparently virus avoids football, so everybody welcome. Yeah, what's about to happen is actually completely insane, and we will have a long time to regret it. Of course, Fishy Sunak on the news said that now we know what we're doing. Trust us. We can reopen society safely. That's true, isn't it?
No.
No, it's not. By their own admission, we'll be having 100,000 sick people a day shortly because of this. God, I was reading this Twitter. I've got to stop looking at Twitter. It just takes up so much time and it just leaves me angry every blooming day. But there was this Twitter feed from somebody who had talked to children who were suffering from long COVID. I mean, they'd been sick for ages. And it was just one after the next. It's like 20 or 30 of these kids saying, well, you know, I've had this thing for months now, and I sleep all the time, and I can't go to school, and you know, I walk to the end of my road, and I had to be carried back, and God, it's absolutely awful. And does this government appear to care one iota about any of that?
No.
No. Just going for the easy win. All hail the bodge. And then, you know, a short-term benefit of getting a round of applause, exactly like Donald Trump. And then, in the long term, well, he's not going to be around in the long term. There is no consequence in the long term because he'll be long gone in the long term. Short-termism is what will do for humanity. I keep saying that. Is anybody paying any attention? Jay tweets, absolutely right. I want England to win, but I don't in the sense that Boris Johnson will lap it up as if he came on as a sub and scored the winner in extra time. Hashtag conflicted. Yeah, me too. Me too. You've licked the guilt off our gingerbread, Bodger, by inserting yourself into this process. If you'd just stuck to type and maintained an airy indifference about football and footballists, then that'd be okay. That you wouldn't have had anything to do with it. But, God, you've turned the outside of number 10 into a council estate in a desperate attempt to appear as though you were actually interested in football. Ellie takes, I will be listening to Eurovision tomorrow. All the Italian entries since 1956. Italian music. Like Italian modern music. I mean, if you take out Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, because they ain't Italian, really, they're Italian-American. You know, but they're more American than they are Italian. What's there been? Mind you, if you take all of Britain's Eurovision entries since 1956, then that would not really represent the majesty of British music, eh? I mean, that's not in there for a start. John emails, I advise all Italian high street business premises in England, i.e. pizza restaurants, etc., to board up their frontages tomorrow before kick-off, and Fiat owners Fiat owners to garage their cars, because if England lose, it might not be pretty. I think if England win, it won't be pretty. There's a lot of Italian places around here, like a lot. And I walked past yesterday and today and thinking, I wonder if there won't be boards on your windows. I think there probably will. And that doesn't say anything good about us. Like I said about this Danish family. A Danish family have told how a mob of drunk England fans sucker-punched a father in the stomach as they travelled on a bus after the Euro semi-final. Eva Green, 43, was heading home from Wembley after England's victory over the Danes on Wednesday when her husband was confronted by fans in East Dulwich. The woman, who was with her 9-year-old son, Henry, claims that they were singled out by drunk and aggressive England fans who spotted their Denmark shirts through the window. This is when we win, we're like this. She told The Standard, we were sitting with a sleeping child when a crowd of people spotted our Danish T-shirts through the windows. They started banging on the windows and the doors and screaming and yelling. They started filming us. It was uncomfortable and weird because we hadn't engaged with them. We just wanted to go home. Yeah, well, you should have thought of that before being foreigners in England. Mrs. Green's husband, Elaine, originally from the US, said the frenzy began after 50 to 100 jubilant fans blocked the road ahead of them and then noticed their Denmark T-shirts. And by jubilant, I assume he means drunk.
Booze.
After a dozen allegedly began pounding on the bus window, giving them the finger and jeering, Mr. Green walked towards the open bus door to congratulate them on England's 2-1 victory. He said, "This drove what I can only call a mob into a frenzy that will depress me far more than the runt who came up and punched me when I couldn't see him. My wife came over and said the same. 'Have a good night, guys,' she said. 'I'm glad for your team,' or something like that. 'This does not,' I learned," he said, "make a mob of fans chastened. It just escalated further." My wife said, "We're just trying to get our 9-year-old home." Well, just trying to get your 9-year-old home is not a reasonable excuse to avoid getting punched when you have deliberately chosen to be foreign in England.
Affirmative.
He said, "Forget the punch. I've been hit a lot harder in boxing. It was just a mass of humanity's worst that I wish I could forget." Well, that's football fans for you. I've said this many times that I used to live in Putney, and I used to take the tube, the district line, and it used to go past the Chelsea ground. And when the games kicked out just before, because like coming to work, it would be around about the time I'd be passing, often when the games kicked out. And I thought, when the train pulled up and the station was empty, I thought, oh, thank God for that. But when it was full of football fans, I thought, oh, struth. These are pleasant surroundings are about to get negative really quickly, and they always did. Always. What is wrong with people? He said, "Forget the punch. I've been hit a lot harder in boxing. It was just a massive humanity's worst that I wish I could forget. I've loved so much about this country," he said. "I leave in 3 weeks, and this will be one of my last memories. It's a shame." Yeah, that's right. You nice Danish people, push off back to where you came from. We don't want your sort round these parts. Ms. Green said her son Henry, 9, has grown concerned for how Italian fans could be treated on Sunday. Henry said, "Who's warning the Italian kids?" Wow. Well done, everybody. God. Well, there's some laughs in Boris Johnson's letter to Gareth Southgate. You read this? I mean, it was on the news a little bit, but here is the text. The nerve of this man. In his letter, Bodger Johnson told the team that they had already made history by taking England into the final of a major international competition for the first time in 55 years. That's not history. Winning is history. Losing is not history. We ain't won anything yet. He said, "You have forged a band of brothers." Oh, my God, the Second World War again. Is there any other country that is so obsessed with the Second World War as this one here? I mean, is Russia as obsessed with the Second World War? Because they won it. A band of brothers. God, it's just... He says, "You forged a band of brothers whose energy and tenacity and teamwork and sheer flair seem to shine in everything you do." What, the flair and tenacity that you've been booing for the last 2 months? He says, "You've lifted the spirits of the whole country, and tomorrow we know you can lift that trophy too. We are not just hoping or praying." Yeah, like God's going to insert himself into this process. God sat out the Holocaust, but he's going to make it so that England wins a football game. Praying. We're not just hoping or praying. We believe in you, Gareth, and your incredible squad. Yeah, the incredible squad that he and his ilk have been booing for the last 2 months. He says, "On behalf of the entire nation, good luck. Have a great game and bring it home." Ugh. That's the phrase, by the way, that people in government have been saying, don't say that phrase, because it upsets others, and we're trying to ingratiate ourselves with with FIFA to try and get to host the World Cup, and they hate that. But it was in him, and it had to come out, because he thought that that's what his fans want to hear. the members of his cult. Painful. It's absolutely excruciating. You've ruined football. Thanks a lot, Bodge. 0345 6060 973. Norwood, South Norwood. Hello, Philip.
Good evening, Nick. He mentioned about the Band of Brothers. Many years ago, Nick, there was a TV show, and it had this as the introduction. Band of Brothers marching together, heads held high in all kind of weather.
Mm.
Do you remember the programme, Nick?
Was it Band of Brothers?
No, it wasn't Band of Brothers, no. It was a cartoon version of Robin Hood. It was called Rocket Robin Hood.
Rocket Robin? Wasn't that a hit with the Jackson 5? Rocket Robin.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, Bobby Day. Yeah, it was set in outer space, and all the Robin Hood team were spacemen, you see, and they used to go after people, and it was called Rocket Robin Hood.
And this was a documentary?
No, it's a cartoon series from Canada, you see, and it used to have this band of brothers marching together, head held high in all kind of weather.
That's what I heard.
And it was.
Of course, they don't have weather in space.
Well, yeah, but I mean they did, because I think they got a bit of a wind up, you know, when the spaceship wouldn't work. Or something.
No, I'm sorry that's factually inaccurate.
Oh, I'm sorry. As I say, I mean, it was a while. It was I think it was in the 80s. This program was on.
Oh, right. So facts don't apply in the 80s.
One other thing, Nick, during the week I saw an interview on YouTube with Meghan Markle and the co-host...
Wait a minute, Meghan Markle? Yes.
And the co-host was a skeleton who talked. What it was, Nick, you must have heard of a Scots guy who went to America, became a chat show host called Craig Ferguson.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's on YouTube. If you put in Meghan Markle and Craig Ferguson...
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
And when she was doing that TV series called, was it Suits?
Suits.
Yeah, and she's interviewed, and she's all bubbly, and sitting in the corner is this skeleton that talks.
Yeah, and this was in space.
No, you're getting Robin
mixed
Hood
up, right?
You're getting Robin Hood mixed up with Meghan Markle.
Yeah.
Just one other thing before I go, Nick. Did you hear the story in the week?
Finally, yes.
Yeah, did you hear the story in the week about New Mexico? The zoo, in one of the zoos in New Mexico, is closing down because they're going to redecorate it and redo it up.
They're going to redecorate it?
Well, yeah, they're going to renovate it. That's the word.
Right.
And guess where they're going to send the animals?
What colour are they going to paint it? Magnolia, I bet.
Oh, they're going to send the animals to another zoo in New Mexico. And do you know where this other zoo is?
In a McDonald's?
No, it's at Roswell. That is true. And yeah. I mean, the animals are going to have a marvellous time, aren't they? Yeah. And it said that
walking and talking and squawking like the aliens.
Yeah, the zoo is quite close to Roswell. It's actually in Roswell, the name of the zoo they're going to.
And the lions will come back with 5 legs, and all the fish will be swimming upside down.
Yeah, it can be exciting, isn't it?
Well, we'll find out when we get there. All right, thanks a lot, Philip. 0345 6060 973. Jenny texts, England invented all of these famous sports, golf, boxing, cricket, or as I call it, rounders, rugby, football, and they are awful at all of them. Wow. Talk about offensive, Jenny. But that is true. We're awful at all of them, apart from snooker and mop bucket throwing. Mop bucket throwing? Is that a sport or just a tantrum? Pat tweets, I was born in 1966, so I'm proof of how long ago that was. As in dodgy knees and high blood pressure. Never been interested in kicky ball, so at about 8:30 tomorrow, I can walk my dogs without bumping into a COVID donor, and they will be at home booing. Yes, that's right. Between 8 and 10 tomorrow, you can pretty much have the entire country to your own. You could drive on the right side of the road, no problem. And if you get stopped, just say that I said it was okay. Enfield, hello, Daniel.
Oh, hello, Nick. Lovely to speak to you again.
Daniel.
I was just thinking, there was a team in the NFL, when they won the Super Bowl, some of the players refused to meet Donald Trump. I wondered if we'd get that with these players, because I would lose respect for them if they're all like cuddling up with this guy. And
so would I.
Completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or I would like it if they go there, meet him, and then they have, like, you see the players when they have a T-shirt underneath. Maybe when there's a photo opportunity, they undo their shirt and tell us what they really think of Boris, because I would have respect for that.
Exactly, like Catherine Hamnett did when she went to meet Margaret Thatcher. Do you remember that? Are you old enough to remember that?
I remember Margaret Thatcher, and she was the milk snatcher, but...
Do you remember Margaret Thatcher? Well, OK, that's half the job right there, Daniel. Yeah, she had a T-shirt on, because she was really famous at the time for these massive T-shirts. That was when people were dancing in a field. And everybody was wearing huge clothes, virtually disappeared in their clothes, they were so big. And it was Choose Life. Do you remember that? That was her thing, Catherine Hamnett, Choose Life, in huge words, like foot-high words. And I think she got invited to number 10 because she was a big-name designer at the time, and they had, all of those people whose names I can't think of right now. The woman who did the sex shop with Malcolm McLaren. It wasn't a sex shop.
Disgusting.
It was a shop called Sex that sold clothes to, punk rockers.
Rock and roll!
Vivienne Westwood is the right answer. So I think they all went there, and Catherine Hamnett showed up with this thing that said something like, I can't remember, so I'll make it up. It's like 60% of the population don't want Pershing, something like that. How she squeezed that onto one T-shirt in foot-high letters, I don't know. But, she's an expert designer. So, yes, we want something like that, eh, Daniel?
Oh, I would... No, definitely, because, I think if they can give it to the corrupt killer clown... I mean, I'm happy for football to come home if he ends up in prison.
Corrupt killer
clown. Can I say that?
I think you just did. Yeah. The corrupt killer clown. All right, thanks, mate. Well... It's the first time that I've heard that phrase. Corrupt killer clown, Bodge, what do you think? It's a yes from him. What else? Derek emails. Last night a listener commented that Bodger would make a good football mascot. He reminded me of an episode of The Simpsons. Homer dressed up as a chicken mascot and did a stupid dance for a footy club. It made the club successful. Eventually, the novelty of his act wore off, and he was replaced by a troupe of pom-pom-waving girls. His time was over. A lot of people would vote for a group of pom-pom-waving young women. Absolutely. And they'd probably kill less people if they were in charge of this country. Dave says, I have a nightmare. England win, final whistle blows, and Bodger invades the pitch in his triple extra-large England shirt, holding his thumbs up before insisting on leading the team up the steps to personally receive the trophy. Yeah. I bet he's thought that through. He's put it through a focus group. What do you think the nation would think of me if I did this? He's laid out a few scenarios. It'll be a picture of him with the trophy, with the team behind him outside number 10. Betcha, betcha, betcha. And each one of the team that shows up for that photograph will have an asterisk next to their name in my list. Monica texts, I saw a documentary the other day that told the story of the Mayans playing football. Descendants today are still using the same techniques to make the balls. I doubt it. I mean, what technique did they use to make the balls? I mean, weren't they kicking people's heads about? That's not racist, is it? Say that the Mayans were doing that? There's no Mayans anymore. James texts, the England squad could share £24 million for winning the Euros. The NHS was awarded the George Cross. Yeah. How ridiculous is that? He says, how about a swap? It would seem a more useful use of each. Well, keep up, James. They're giving their money to the NHS. The England squad, if they win, I think even if they lose, they're giving their money to the NHS. The regime, on the other hand, is giving the NHS's money to their friends. Ain't that right, Smug?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Let's have a call in Kensington. Marianne.
Hello.
Yes, Marianne.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. I am sick to death of it. For the past week, I've been hearing about this, football that.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a bunch of multimillionaires, average age of 23, kicking the ball, getting advantage of having counseling sessions, cross-phobia sessions, personal trainer sessions, expensive hairdos, falling over as soon as someone put a finger onto them. I'm old enough to remember when Bobby Moore was around. We didn't have any of these.
No.
They just ran around and were man about it.
Exactly. They would go straight from a large lunch,
booze,
with a pint in one hand and a pie in the other, and they'd play that way.
Yes, I think it's just a bit over the top. I mean, I hope, as you're saying, some of the money goes to NHS, genuinely.
Yeah.
Because that's what they promised. But they're a bunch of young boys, and they're getting all these advantages, which we never had it before. So we mustn't forget that. But, I mean, I think some of it is too much. But I do hope that they give some of the money to NHS.
Yeah. Well, they promised to do that. Of course, it won't make much difference. 24 million is neither here nor there if the NHS budget is 120 billion, something like that. But, every little counts.
Well, everybody, I believe the ticket is £54,000.
Well,
if you want to get in there.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that anybody's going to spend £54,000 on a ticket to go and see a match that could go either way. I mean, you'd have to be off your chump to do that. Yeah,
exactly. But let's hope we win. And I know I met up with a few Italians. They're worried about their cars. They're worried about the pizza shops.
Yeah.
They're all already worried because neither way they are going to be attacked.
Yes,
either they win or lose.
Right, because football fans specifically, and this is the case with no other sport that I can think of, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's football fans that are morons. If you are watching a football game, you are surrounded by morons, Marianne.
Yes, it's always been like this. Even rugby is not like this. Even tennis.
There is no other sport that attracts morons in such large numbers. That's just a fact.
Let's become a bit more civilized. I mean, there's no good treating the Danes like this.
Yeah.
I'm married to a Danish person, and then I mean, he's horrified, even going out with his T-shirt on.
Right. Yeah. I thought you were going to say he's horrible, but you didn't. You said he's horrified. Right.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you a question about this, Marianne.
Yes.
Is he horrible?
No. He's a gentleman.
Right.
He's a gentleman. I think you find most Scandinavians are gentlemen.
Yeah, I know. Always so perfect. All right, thanks a lot, Marianne. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Fred emails, our mate Boris is taking credit for the super spreader event at neutral Wembley. Many people will get sick, but that's a sacrifice that Boris is willing to take. Yeah, see, that meme has been going about. It was, what was it? It was that, what's the name of that green cartoon? You know, that ogre. I don't know, some king was sending his minions off to battle and said something of the order of, many of you will die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Which is exactly what Boris Johnson said, almost word for word, when he announced that society was opening up safely. And that's what Fishy Sunak has been saying. He's been reported on the news as saying, now, only now, can we open up safely. Yes? No. God, I've got detailed files on that. There's a thing called a Jon Snow memo, which has nothing to do with Game of Thrones. It's quite involved and it's long-winded, but I'll précis it for you. Don't do it; it ain't worth it. I'll précis the précis. There you are. Thinking about throwing. He's just got bored. Bodger's just got bored. He thought it would be fun, And then COVID came along and ruined everything.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And he's been in a grump ever since. Because he thought, I'm sure he expected it would be like a Roman emperor. He'd be, relaxing on a chaise, while busty wenches would be feeding him grapes all day. It's not like that. It's actual work.
Boring.
And then COVID came along and ruined everything. So he's just bored now, and he wants to do something else. So we're on our own. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Just look. I don't know if have I got the patience to read this. It's a missive signed by, I don't know, pretty much every professor and doctor in the world, which is essentially saying, don't open up on the 19th of July, you stupid moron. Just wait, just a little bit. But no, Bodger's bored, so, he's going to throw open the doors. And he's going to leave it to our own personal sense of responsibility. We are doomed. 0345 6060 973. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me to read it, because you won't like it. Cardiff. Hello, David.
Hi, Nick.
David.
Hi. I'm phoning up as an embittered Welshman because we're listening to all this stuff about England making the final of the football, their national game. We are already champions of Europe in our national game, rugby.
Yes.
And, we didn't have the whole world coming to an end because of that.
Right.
So, there's even talk of it being a national holiday or something in Wales, which is absolutely ridiculous that we have to celebrate someone else's success.
Isn't that ridiculous? Not Scotland, by the way, because you get to... Scotland gets to decide its own way, but Wales...
They take it for granted.
Exactly. I am half Welsh and half Scottish, and 100% English. So you can't out-British me. But it seems that Wales always gets the short straw.
Yeah, well, the little ones, everyone kicks around. But I want to tell you one thing. I agree with just about everything apart from sport. You make out that rugby's an upper-class sport. Well, it's not in Wales.
No, that's exactly right, yeah.
Yeah, so if you went to a Welsh rugby club, it'd be a little bit different from maybe an English one. But did you know that the FA Cup's been won twice by Old Etonians?
Has it?
Yeah, that's a fact. You can Google it. They won it twice in the 19th century. So actually, they're very good at soccer, but I don't think they've ever won anything in rugby.
Right. Well, then they used to be very good, perhaps. Maybe in the dim, distant past that nobody is alive now can recall. But
you mean before 1966?
Exactly. There was no history.
Even longer ago than that,
yeah. Precisely right, yeah. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, David. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Ross texts, Nick, every time I got out for a free beers on my own... That's a terrible way to start, Ross. Did you not check this before you sent it?
No.
Nick, every time I got out for a free beers on my own, after 2 hours, my missus keeps on phoning me and asking when I'm coming home. I now being out since 3 o'clock, and after I've ignored her calls for hours and said I'm coming home, she has replied, no, you're not. And I don't have keys now, so I'm trying to book into a Holiday Inn in Putney. Well, I think that serves you right, Ross. You only got yourself to blame. I'm coming home now. No, you're not. Francesca texts, Nick, the most important thing about the footy is why we haven't had a new football song in 25 years. Yeah, I think we've been trying to forget it. Football? No, we've been pretending that international football is not a thing. Francesca says, by the way, World in Motion is the best one ever. Well, it was New Order. They are musical experts.
Rock and roll!
Julian says, Nick, these morons are not fans. Real fans enjoy good, skillful football, whoever is playing. Well, I'd probably give tomorrow's game a miss then. I mean, unless I am... there's something wrong with my eyesight. The England team thus far have not really been playing good, skillful football. It's been a little bit boring, a little bit bereft of ideas, and we only seem to be able to score from set piece or a penalty that we shouldn't have been awarded in the first place. And Andy says, which do you think Bodger will claim first? We couldn't have won as part of the EU, or without the success of the vaccine rollout, we wouldn't have had the crowds to support our country. You'll probably combine the two small lies into one bigger lie. We couldn't have won as part of the EU because we would not have had the vaccine rollout in the EU, and then we wouldn't have had the crowds to support our country. Something like that. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. That seems to be the way things are going. It's what would Donald Trump do, and Donald Trump does what Goebbels would have done.
Oh, shut up!
I think that's the equation. Newport. Hello, James.
Hi.
James.
Yes. I was just following up, possibly a small distraction from talking football.
Yes.
One of your news articles said the increase in the pavement licence deeds for cafes and similar, basically trying to make the arrangements that have been put in actually make them now permanent. Wait.
To make... Okay, so restaurants are coming out onto the pavement, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And
yes.
There's a move to make that permanent?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, that was my understanding from your short news article on... It must have been the 11 o'clock news.
Right, I was out making a cup of coffee, so I missed that, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, so during the summer months, it's people might think that it makes it's a good plan, what with the invisible menace about, to get people outside instead of squashing them inside, right?
Yes. Now, imagine you're Lord Blunkett, or you're a wheelchair user or pushchair. I have been out in Soho with friends who are wheelchair users, and it is now a complete no-go area.
Well, James, I'm not in a wheelchair, but I would say that Soho is a no-go area, like just in and of itself. But carry on.
I would say, jokes aside, it's a question of you've now got essentially the entire pavement now being used as
right. And how do you get off the pavement onto the road without the drop curb? Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Or for that matter, if you're partially sighted trying to make your way down the pavement and you don't want to be in the road because
cars are in the road. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, these are all excellent points, James. I don't have an answer, but it's worth saying. Maybe if a pavement is taken up by tables, they should have some sort of facility to, because dropping a curb is a highly expensive and involved process. Yeah. But they can put a little ramp there, can't they?
They can do, but some of them aren't so brilliant when you look at the space needed for the ramps and so on. And in fact, even in Soho, you've reached a point where there are actually tables in the road.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's another excellent reason not to go to Soho. I would avoid it at all costs. But I don't know what the answer to that is, James, but yes, a little more consideration. Absolutely. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Andy says... Oh, no, I read that. Robin says, whether England wins or loses, this country will be a global embarrassment. Well, that's a bit harsh, but true. It's just this... It's just so desperate. It is a little bit embarrassing that so much appears to be riding on the outcome of this game. I mean, it seems as though the health, wealth and happiness of the nation is depending on us winning this game tomorrow. And you'd have to say, all things considered, it's unlikely. I mean, if you were to bet, and you didn't do it, you weren't betting in a partisan manner, you'd have to go for the Italians. I mean, if you wanted to maximise the potential of getting a win, then you'd bet on the Italians, right? I just think that it's... Okay, so we win, and then on Monday, everybody's like, "Yay!" Still, because, you won't have got through that woo thing on Sunday night. You're still going, yay, on Monday, and then on Tuesday, then what? Then what? I mean, this is in the best scenario. Say we win 10-0. On Tuesday, is everything better or the same? I just think that we're setting ourselves up for such disappointment because, like Brexit, I said the B word. Like Brexit, I said it.
Oh,
no. People are expecting their lives to change somehow. How's it going so far, by the way?
Fabulous.
Life not better yet? I find that hard to believe. All those promises and all. I mean, it's almost as though they were disseminating misinformation about that. Liar! Yeah. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Hi, good evening.
Jan.
Yeah, so how are you? Well, you're well.
I'm great, mate.
Yeah, so I'm ringing just to make a couple of points, or maybe see if I've got time. There's short points.
Couple of 3 points.
For the first time in my life, I've watched a football. I mean, I haven't been able to watch a football match. I've listened to it live on the radio with the commentary. Mm-hmm. But what really struck me, I mean, if I didn't know what the soundtrack was for, it actually terrified me. Well, it started to terrify me hearing the crowd roaring and the sounds. It was.
I've said this, Jan, I've said this many times. When people aren't actually watching the game, they find it difficult to be in the same room as it because of the animalistic roar of the crowd.
Oh, yeah, that's it. It says it exactly, doesn't it? But it's exciting. But it didn't sound human after a while. No. It sounded like some Leviathan, some monster from the deep arising.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, maybe that's not a fair thing to say when people are, spilling over with excitement and getting a bit hysterical. It really terrified me. And the thing is,
it's like the monster from the deep. As in the id, yes.
Yeah. But just before I make the other point, I just want to say that if I didn't,
is this a supplemental point?
No, I want to say that if I didn't have the TV, I would never have discovered your show because I wasn't really into the radio. Now I'm into the radio a lot.
Right.
Well, your show. But the other thing I wanted to say was that I've seen foxes playing with an abandoned football in the garden.
Really?
And that if I had a it was a golden opportunity to film it. But you see, I don't know what you might make of this because, say, when we know when cats play with a ball, we know that it's a substitute for a mouse that they're playing with before,
Yeah.
But the foxes have a genuine sense of play because they were also sliding down the abandoned kids' slide.
It's amazing how many animals like sliding. I've seen all sorts of birds slide down roofs as well, and like pigeons, and they'll just slide down and they get to the bottom and then they flap their way back up and then they'll slide down again. There was an elephant pictured having a slide down a hill in the jungle the other day. Isn't that weird? They like playing. Yeah. Foxes though like anything. Foxes though like anything that's made of leather. If something is made of leather, do not leave it lying around your garden because a fox will come and pick it up and take it away. Especially don't leave it lying around if it's a wallet. Big mistake, huge.
But what about this? This is just a thought I'm throwing out to you because
is this your last? Wait a minute. Is this your last point?
Yeah.
Okay,
well, it's not the point. It's really to see what you think because those old film noirs where they show someone being hypnotised, this secular objects being way before the person's eyes, and they
Look at the watch. Look at the watch. Yes.
Yeah, these old black and white films where maybe I don't know if it's a Hitchcock or I can't remember, but it's a classic scene.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this watching something like a ball going backwards and forwards is maybe people are being
we're being hypnotised. No, that's snooker.
Well, maybe any ball. I don't know. No, but their legs attached to this ball.
Billionaires race to space. Do me a favour. Wow, look at the temperature in Las Vegas. It's the weather they've got over there is absolutely incredible. I mean, Europe has had a really, really hot summer. Isn't that great? No, because we've had no summer at all. It's been absolutely rubbish here. And we've been through so much as a country.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
So, hopes and prayers that the summer is going to work out for us eventually, because that'll work. But look at the temperatures in Las Vegas. 45 degrees Celsius. I have no idea what that is, so I converted it into Fahrenheit. It's 113. It's over 100 degrees every day. Every day. The low is 85. Oh, that is punishing. 0% chance of rain, as in none at all. It's 113 degrees. Temperature feels like 114. Oh, well, but it's a dry heat. Them being on fire and all. Wow. We'll have an update tomorrow night with Simon Marks, our Washington correspondent. He'll probably... I'll quiz him about the weather. That'll be about 12:30, something like that. Other than that, I've got absolutely no idea what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. It could be this, I suppose. Could be this. Maybe people won't want to talk about it. And maybe that's the only thing that people will want to talk about from now until the end of time. Andy texts, the wimpy sausage is called the Bender. That's right. Yes. That's right. It's called the Bender. Do they still do the Bender? No idea. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? Be totally fair about this. Sedgley. Hello, Ralph.
Hello there. How are you?
Hello there. Great. Thanks for asking.
Anyway, I haven't found the name for Boris yet for the mascot because I'm still thinking. Mm-hmm. But I've got a very important announcement to make tonight. The first is I have thought of a Bojo medal. It's only awarded to those who are totally incompetent and still hang on to their job. How about that?
This sounds like a listener with material.
Oh, yes. And also, I've already awarded the Bob Jordan medal to the first people around in my area. Somehow they dug the road up, made it too narrow around the corner. Now the bus can't pass through.
There's a road that I come down that it's like a side road that bleeds into a main road, and they've made the corner so sort of tight into the main road, and then they put posts, so there's no chance of you clipping the corner. You have to go, so you really have to drive into the road onto the other side of the road to turn to make a left turn. It's the weirdest junction I've ever seen, and is not a boon to road safety. In fact, it's an accident waiting to happen. So I don't know which moron is responsible for that, but I want to give them a piece of my mind.
Oops.
All right, thanks a lot, Ralph, for whatever that was. 0345 6060 973. Phil tweets, Nick, if we lose tomorrow, what's the betting that the Daily Fail will find a way to blame it on? Meghan Markle. No! Yeah, thanks a lot, Meghan. You see what you've done? You've made us lose at football. Nick tweets, in the interest of fairness, golf is a Scottish-invented sport, not English. Funny how we forget the UK, says Nick. We forget the UK. Who's forgetting the UK? I know that golf was mentioned in passing on this show, but I can't remember in what context. Surely it wasn't that the English invented golf. I'm not entirely convinced that the Scottish invented golf, did they? That was probably a Chinese thing too. Did the Chinese invent everything?
Yes.
It was probably the Mayans. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Hemel Hempstead. Mirage.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I really want the England team to win tomorrow.
But
I do not want the England fans to win tomorrow.
Right.
I think the behaviour of some England fans has overshadowed the overwhelming majority who have been great, and their actions have just ruined this for me.
Yeah.
International football.
You could say that about quite a lot, that whoever shouts the loudest seems to get most of the publicity and get their own way. Yeah.
It's true. And why is it that every 2 years when there's international football, everyone forgets that 70 years have passed since World War II?
It's not just the football. It seems to be our number one obsession in this country, World War II. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we would not have won World War II, or we would not be on the winning side, more accurately, if Russia and the weather had not won World War II.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love the team. I think this is a brilliant England team who I can really get behind.
Yeah.
But it's like you say, the loudest people have shouted, and they have just made me not interested anymore.
Well, I bet that's not true. I bet you are interested. It's just that there's a part of it that you are recoiling from.
Yeah, to put it in better words.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, some members of the team are neither here nor there. I mean, we just, they're just footballers, and that's that. I mean, but others, we know which ones are in this bracket, have done good things over and above being footballers, just because they have, there's a spotlight on them, and what they say is magnified because of their following on social media and so on, and they've done good work. Of course they have, in the face of great resistance by the current regime, who are now wrapping themselves in the flag and jumping aboard the footballer bandwagon. And they have absolutely,
even though last week they hated.
Yeah, they were booing. They were booing their face off at the team that they are now professing to support. Yeah.
I mean, there's something about international football that's supposed to be, especially the Euros. It's supposed to be about friendly cooperation and rivalry and camaraderie. And for some reason, some fans in this country seem to forget that and just think it's about hating everyone.
Yeah. Well, I think that informs quite a bit of football. I mean, football fans do sort of, I think, hatred of the opposing fans is a significant part of their makeup. I mean, it's gangs, but they've joined a gang. And it used to be that one gang would fight another gang for possession of a cave. Back when we were all walking about with our knuckles dragging on the floor. And these days,
the Mayans hadn't taught us how to play football yet, had they?
Those bloomin' Mayans, they stuck their oar in, and now look what's happened. We're still going on about World War II. God. All right, thanks a lot, Mirage. 0345 6060 973. Graham tweets, Nick, I hear there is going to be some pre-match entertainment at Wembley. I bet Bodger Johnson parachutes onto the pitch with a match ball under his England shirt. Yeah, no, that's not a match ball under his shirt. That's 100% bodge, that is. Gary texts, Nick, have you ever heard of mop bucket throwing on wheels? When I was on my break on night shift as a cleaner, we used to throw mop buckets on wheels and see how far they can travel. It's a sport now. Don't you mean push? Why would you throw them if they've got wheels? Pushing, surely. What, like curling? That sounds quite good. I'd like to do that. That should be an Olympic sport. Hey, the Olympics is starting soon. Is everybody excited?
No.
The festival of drug taking is about to begin. Please make a store of your child's urine now. You will be needing it later, you athletes. Chris texts, has Boris Johnson actually sent Gareth Southgate 2 letters? One for if they... Yes. Yeah, that's not an original thought there, Chris, but good work. One for if they win and one in case they lose. He likes to be on both sides of like the pre-B word. Almost mentioned the B word again.
Oh, no.
But I think we got away with it. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Yeah, there's lots of negativity from you about all the football.
Negative?
Negative.
Yes.
And it doesn't sound like you're being very patriotic. You should have the flags going, national anthem going.
Yes.
It should be fat, yeah. Because when we win, Nick, it's going to be amazing.
Amazing.
And we're going to be in the sunny uplands.
Yes.
And all the problems are going to be solved. Everything's going to be fantastic.
Everything is going to be fantastic, like science fiction.
Groovy.
Yeah.
And Monday morning, it's just fantastic. We're just going to, it's going to be, we're going to have global Britain, Brexit Britain, and it all starts on Nick Ferrari's show when the Tory MP start phoning in when we won.
Yeah, Boris Johnson got football done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic, Nick.
Yep, OK, good work. Thanks, John. 0345 6060 973. There's something to look forward to, yes?
No.
Declan emails, England getting to a football final every 55 years is getting very monotonous. Yeah, it's just like over and over again. Plus, it's not the World Cup, people. It's something of a second division tournament. It just is. Have we beaten Brazil?
Negative.
No. Argentina?
No.
Well, not now, anyway. Not at this moment. Get Maggie on the phone and she'll explain to us about beating Argentina. Not picking up? Keep trying. Vanessa texts, hi Nick, I just wanted to say that if football disappeared off the face of the earth tomorrow, I wouldn't even notice. That's how significant a role it plays in my life, says Vanessa. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, Vanessa. Paddy texts, good evening, Nick. Bobby Moore didn't have any hair, by the way. No, Bobby Moore had hair. Bobby Charlton didn't have hair. Pat tweets, Nick, normally I would never tweet twice, but will you please tell us the chicken story? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. OK, all right then. But first, here's a call in queue. Lily.
Hello, Nick.
Lily.
Hello there. I wanted to ask you about the Jacob Rees-Mogg in the Commons doing his rap. I'm surprised you didn't mention it yet.
Oh, God, my toes are still trying to uncurl themselves.
You've got to hold and give, but do it at the right time.
Stop it.
You can be slow or fast, but you must get in the line.
No.
And then he said, "We ain't no hooligans." Ooh.
Yeah. Look up the phrase "preening ninny" in the dictionary, and it'll have a picture of that man right there.
Oh, he's so dreadful, isn't he? But I also wanted to say, now you used to do, you always do the smug, what's it called, impression, but you used to do Anne Widdecombe as well, but you haven't done that much. And I heard her on a sensible programme a couple of weeks ago, and she's actually yodeling now. She's doing, And it really occurred to me that there's an advert on the telly box for a pizza company, and there's a cool young man who stands on the balcony, and he goes, Domino. And I thought it would have been better if they used Anne Widdecombe for it, because I think she would do a much better job.
Yeah, she would. I'm certainly not going to be impersonating Anne Widdecombe at this point. No, I won't do it. You can't make me. But I have been watching TV since I've been watching the football. I mean, I don't get Sky Sports or BT Sports or any of that. So normally, the only football I watch is Match of the Day, and that's got no adverts in it. And other than that, yeah, that's all right. I mean, he's okay. The thing with Gary Lineker and the BBC football coverage is, if you only ever watch Match of the Day, you don't realise what sort of a quality level it's at until. And I'm sorry, but this might offend the people on the other channel, until you see ITV. And then you realise, okay, actually the BBC is quite good by comparison, because you normally don't get a comparison because ITV haven't got Match of the Day, because that's mostly the football that I watch. But it's significantly better. It just is. But,
I don't know anything about any of that, except I know that Gary Lineker does it, which is ironic because we started talking about smug and now we're also talking about a different kind of...
Right. Well, I actually think that... I mean, I've got quite a bit of time for Gary Lineker. I think he's all right. But since I've been watching the football this time around, I've been watching adverts. I've been forced to watch adverts for the first time in years. I haven't watched adverts on television for years. No one does.
No, exactly. But you have to pay for it if you want to get rid of those.
Well, you can't, though. I mean, if it's on ITV, you can't.
That's right. Oh, yes, you're right, of course. Right. Sorry.
See? I mean,
gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thanks a lot, Lily. 0345 6060 973. Companies, if you're considering buying adverts on television, you are wasting your money. Buy on radio instead. People will happily sit through the ads on radio. I mean, so happily they'll burst out laughing. They'll be so happy. That's how happy people will be. Trust me when I tell you. Have I done the ads yet? Have I been through a bake yet?
Yeah.
Was that a yes to the question, or yes? What do I want?
Yes, I think you've done the adverts.
Oh, I have. Oh, great! I am very good at my job.
Negative.
Pat tweets. Oh, the chicken thing. Yeah, all right. I'll get to that in a minute. But you won't like it, Pat. I'm just saying you're not going to like it. That's all. So prepare yourself. Barnet. Alec.
Yes.
Alec.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
Okay, mate. I never spoke all these years, and I've never actually spoke to you. I always forget the number, you know. But
forget the number.
I was driving a cab for nearly 60 years in London. I want to know how many roads are left.
You've been driving a cab in London?
I packed up in 1999 when I had pneumonia, right?
Right.
1998 when I had pneumonia, right?
Yeah.
And I've been driving. I've been ill and everything else. And I'm only 91 now. So
91 years old.
Yeah. I'm still up and speaking to you, and I've been in good health lately. But that's beside the point.
You're a miracle of modern science, Alec.
I'm a miracle of modern science. So I wish I was. Anyway, I was driving all them years. I started driving in 1960.
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoy my work. I worked on radio taxis for many years, you know.
Right.
And I've been meaning to phone you up many years, but I never got round to it. I don't know why. My wife wouldn't let me.
Well, you always take advice from your wife. That's my advice to you.
Yeah, bless her. She'll be 89
right.
in a few months' time. So, you know, we're still getting about, and we're in. We've been married for nearly
Forever. Since nearly forever, I guess.
1952 we got married.
And how's the marriage going?
How's the marriage? They told me it wouldn't last. They told me it wouldn't last.
Yeah.
I've got a son of 61, daughter 60, 65.
Well, Alec,
I can't complain, you know.
Right, I'll give your marriage. I'll give your marriage another 50 years tops. How does that sound?
Yeah, another 50.
Another 50 years maximum. That's what I'm going to give it. Here, Alec, I've got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Nate texts, did you see Parliament the other day when Starmer referred to the Delta variant of COVID as the Johnson variant? And a momentary flicker of fear spread across Johnson's face as he considered that there was something that could actually stick. Hey, guess what, Bodger? It's stuck. The Johnson variant. Yes, that is you, that is. No, it wasn't a momentary flicker of fear. He's just doing that, who, me, sir? Poor act that he's been doing his entire life and getting away with it. West Ealing, Anthony.
Oh, hello, Nick. Well, I won't be watching the football. What a boring game it is. I was made to go to football for about 5 years because my brother was in charge of me. Typical working class culture, football, and
he was in charge of you.
Yes, my mother put my older brother, 6 years older than me, to look after me all the time.
Right.
Which is not nice for him, but that was my mother. My mother was like a kind of Mrs. Thatcher, you know, in a family way. Controlling.
That sounds terrible.
Well, she was good in many ways, but unlike Thatcher, but she was controlling. And my poor brother, 6 years older than me, and he was typical working class, like football. And it was all I can remember is terraces at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
And, you know, in the winter, we could never go to afford to go in the stand, which might be a bit better. And freezing chill lanes and a boring game.
Yeah.
So I hated it all, and I still dislike it. And I feel sorry for all the people that only got football in their life, and because they haven't got the skills and earn the money, they would like to do what the footballers are doing. And all they're doing is shouting rude, nasty things from the terraces with a low grade, no intellect at all, you know.
No. We're surrounded by morons, Anthony. I keep saying it over and over. Morons.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're surrounded by morons.
Yeah, and you go to the nearest football match, and the morons in there, they haven't got the skills. They like the skills to be well-paid footballers, although they never get them.
Yeah, so they do the shouting instead.
Yeah,
they say.
It's a lookish game. And long before, because I'm 84, long before there were any coloured or black people in this country, they would shout nasty things at the players. Yeah. And of course, when long past when there were any black players, so there weren't any black players when I was going to football, when I was forced to go to football, that was a gift to them because they could shout at the black players. It's not racism, it's football. It's lookism, insulting the people wherever they are. They don't have to be black.
It's not racism, it's football. Well, that's an interesting point of view there, Anthony. OK, thanks for that. Got to go.
That's right. Yeah, Nick, sorry. I've been thinking about ringing you for a long time. I just want to say a few things. Mm-hmm. First of all, I'd like to say I think you're the only one on the radio who's got wit and a sense of humour, and the last one before you was Terry Wogan. I really mean that. And also,
well, that's very nice of you, Maureen, but there's plenty of people on the dial that have wit and a sense of humour, but I appreciate that. What else?
Well, anyway, I just want to say I'm not a great football fanatic. In fact, I went out to the kitchen the other day. I was gasping for a cup of tea and I missed the goal.
What?
So, I wasn't too bothered about that. But also, did you know that the Mount Etna in Sicily erupted a few days ago? And I wondered, do you think that might have been an omen for the Italians. A few days ago, apparently, it exploded.
That's right. God's getting involved, yeah. It exploded with magma.
Oh. Well, also...
And another thing.
The thing is that concerns me, though.
Yeah.
If we win, England, what on earth are we going to be... Are we going to have the anthem that says God Save the Queen? Oh. Or are we going to have Land of Hope and Glory, which would be lovely, wouldn't it? But will they do God Save the Queen again? Because it's not really the right thing, is it?
No, it's not. Plus, it's, it's such a dirge. It's so boring. It's just painful. I can't stand it. Yeah, anything but that.
But if you think about it, if the Italians win, do you think they'll come out with something like the Pavarotti thing that they did once before, didn't they? A Pavarotti singing a really lovely opera. And I thought maybe that's what they might come out with, if they did win.
Yeah. They'd have some famous opera singer to take
Pavarotti did something,
take the stage in the middle of the field, and the England fans would show them due respect. Boo! They'd say.
And also, I know you were talking about the flag, but you're right. It's very plain, isn't it? Why can't we have the Union Jack?
Because it's England.
Why not?
Well, it's because it's England, Maureen.
Oh, I'm so ignorant. There you are. So that's why they're using that white one with the red cross on it.
You're just being provocative now, aren't you? Naughty.
I know. Shows you how much interest I've got.
Yeah, 0. Yeah. Which goal did you miss there when you were making the tea?
I think it was that team that was playing the other night. What was it? 2 teams. It was England and...
Almost certainly 2 teams, yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 of them. Just shows...
which one was it? Quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, you failed this. You could have won the car, Maureen.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah, well, there you are. Just shows you how much interest I took in that. But,
are you going to be watching tomorrow?
I mean, think I will,
today?
Only because it's... like you say,
it'll be the only thing on. Yeah,
England, and I'll make sure that I don't go out to put the kettle on in the middle of it this time.
Everybody should not put the kettle on at the same time, because otherwise, I think our system won't be able to stand the strain. That's actually just. I think that's probably true. I bet people who are running the grid they'll be getting precious little sleep tonight, because it's going to be. That moment, as soon as the half-time whistle goes, the nation will put its kettle, and of course kettles are just about the worst thing for sucking up electricity that we have in the house. It's about the least environmentally friendly thing that we've got. But much better, actually, I think, to put a pot of water on the stove and heat it up like that than boil a kettle. So promise me you won't do that, Maureen.
I promise. By the way, is Prince Charles a supporter? Because I've seen him kicking a ball in the paper. It wasn't very far. He had his suit on, and I thought, is he a supporter of football?
I've got no idea. I seriously doubt it. That if I had to bet one way or the other, I'm going to bet no. I'm going to bet no. Yeah. Thanks, Maureen. Cheers, my dear. Yeah, I bet that I bet they're concerned that we won't be able to supply homes with power if we all switch the kettle on at the same time. I bet they're at this moment, like rewiring the entire system just to try to swerve that possibility. That's not quite the phrase that I'm looking for, but it just sort of escaped from me. Like a balloon flying away. Stephen emails. I do not know why you are worried about us opening up fully on July the 19th. The government have great faith in the public and their British common sense. This is the same public who dialed 999 a few years ago when KFC ran out of chicken. What could possibly go wrong, says Stephen. Well, that chicken story is not nice. I might as well tell you it now. This is a story from a week ago. Marks & Spencer is set to be the first UK supermarket to stop selling unnaturally fast-grown fresh chicken after a probe unveiled the shocking conditions such birds live in. What's shocking is that the probe was conducted in 2019. And I bet this is the first you're hearing about it. Or you read about it so long ago, you thought, well, they must have solved that now. No. Still getting around to it. The British supermarket giant has become the first in the country to pledge to replace its fast-grown fresh chicken with slower breeds by next year. M&S said all the chicken it sells will come from homegrown farms that use slower growth methods and are backed by the RSPCA. So that makes me think, so where does the chicken we eat come from now? I assumed it was British. I mean, we eat a lot of them. How come we don't even know where they come from? A 2019 report by The Times revealed how the fast-growing chickens developed using genetic selection were buckling under their own weight and would spend their final days lame and in pain. Poor little chooks. M&S beat out competition from rival retailer Waitrose and others such as Greggs, Nando's, KFC and Pizza Express, who have all signed the Better Chicken Commitment that promises better welfare for the birds. Well, that's great, but what have we been eating all this time? Chicken remains Britain's most popular bird. We love a bit of it. We eat more than, guess how many? Guess how many a day? I bet my glamorous assistant wants to join in this game. Guess how many chickens we eat per day?
Huh?
Never mind. Not interested in playing this game. That teaches me. Puts me in my place. No mistake. Chicken remains Britain's most popular bird. We eat more than 2.7 million a day. What? 2.7 million chooks we chew through per day. Can you believe that? They're popular with us. We aren't so popular with them, I bet. While most UK chickens are bred with the exception of gaining... with the expectation. While most UK chickens are bred with the expectation of gaining almost 100 grams in weight each day for just over a month, slower growing and less profitable breeds tend to be slaughtered at 56 days. So we want them to grow to full size in a month, where they would ordinarily be, they would live for 56 days. The Times report that growth rates of UK chickens have nearly quadrupled over the last half-century. Wow. That doesn't sound good, does it? After the news broke, a host of industry leaders praised the supermarket's newest announcement and called on other retailers to follow the landmark move. Well, I bet you're surprised that any of this needs announcing at all. I mean, did you know that the chickens that you've been eating used to grow to full size in 4 times as long as it takes now? I mean, what kind of Frankenstein birds have we been chewing through at the rate of about 1 billion a year? Not 1 million, 1 billion a year we eat. Dr. Tracy Jones, Director of Food Business at Compassion in World Farming, said, "We applaud M&S for being the first retailer to sign up to the Better Chicken Commitment, the first to start transitioning supply and the first to roll out the product on the shelf with their Oakham Gold fresh chicken." You know, if we saw how our dinner was actually made, we probably wouldn't feel that hungry. Thanks very much. Chris texts, "The footy balls hysteria currently abroad in the nation is symptomatic of a populace with epic low self-esteem, desperately attaching themselves to absolutely anything that may give them the slightest chance to feel better about themselves." Yeah, that sounds about right. Desperation seems to be the order of the day. Yeah, it all seems a bit desperate. Paul texts, had to do an LFT test today, low lateral flow test. So the word test is redundant there. An LFT test, a lateral flow test. so I can get back to... anyway, he says I had to do an LFT test so I can get back... So, shall I start again?
No.
Nick, had to do an LFT test today so that I can get the OK to go to a pilot event tomorrow. That's very complicated. There's a lot of tiny little words there that all sort of jumbled together on the I. He said, I had to do an LFT test today so that I can get the OK to go to a pilot event tomorrow. Although I did the test and it was negative, it was down to me to manually report it negative on the interweb. If I had tested positive, there is nothing to stop me just reporting it as negative. Surely no one would enter positive if they wanted to go to any event, says Paul. Yeah, well, it's that test and taste system that's going so well. What's it called, Bodge?
Contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up. You're never going to get it. Chris texts, Germany has now vaccinated more of its population than us. Germany is in the EU. Damn it! Oh. Now we've lost the Second World War. Chertsey, hello, Tony.
Hi there, Nick. I just wondered... Oh, sorry about the there. I just wondered, how do you get these little nuggets? Is it tedious?
Is what tedious?
Getting those little nuggets, like Boris Johnson and the track and taste, whatever it is.
Oh, you mean these sound effect things?
Yeah.
Is it tedious?
Getting them.
No. Why would it be tedious?
All right. But don't you have to trawl through loads?
Usually they just come to me. They come to me.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. How?
I pray for them to come to me.
Oh, boy.
It's the power of prayer, Tony.
The power of prayer.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, look at that. Right. Actually, what I was hoping to talk about, Nick, before you diverted me, was...
yeah, that's right. It's my fault.
Yeah, of course it is. You shouldn't be broadcasting, and then we would all be deprived of the your...
I take full responsibility.
Good. That's what we want. Full responsibility from all. No, it's that thing about the kettles. What happens if everybody switches the kettle on at the same time?
Yes.
Well, it's been thought of, and would you like to know how it is got round?
No. I mean, yes.
All right. Okay, then. Yeah.
No, I would. I would like to know.
Don't make up your mind so quickly, Nick, because you might not like the answer.
Go ahead. Tell me. I insist.
Okay. Well, where in this country do you think there is loads of water?
Sorry.
Not so well. Yeah. When the Thames overflows, it is. That's right. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. No. Sorry for teasing you. But
Glasgow.
Scotland.
It's Glasgow, isn't it?
Well, near there. It's certainly north. Scotland has loads of water, and there is a big dam up there with a turbine at the bottom of it. And if it is seen that the grid can't cope with the power that's coming up imminently, like they know that everybody puts kettles on at, the mid-break or whatever it is, half-time, whatever they call it, then that is released, so 300,000 million gallons of water are released into a turbine, which tops it up.
Well, now, wait a minute, because how would they know ahead of time, I mean, unless it was an event like this, how would they know ahead of time?
That is exactly it. It is an event like this that they know about.
But, okay, so if they do release the water and it squirts out over whatever it is that makes electricity, then if people don't then go and put the kettle on, what happens to all that extra electricity?
Yeah, but that is unlikely. It is very unlikely that people aren't going to have a cup of tea at that time.
Yes, but suppose they do. Suppose they do not have a cup of tea at that time. Suppose they're into another type of drink, booze, that doesn't require the kettle being made.
Yeah. The fuses would blow.
Well, I wonder what would happen with the extra...
It's exactly that. The protection would kick in and protect the system.
Well, that seems like a waste. Maybe they should store it in buckets.
The amount behind the dam. Well, that's not a bad idea, Nick. I'll put that to them when the problem
I
comes
want
up
you to
again.
contact them straight away and tell them that my idea about storing electricity, any extra electricity that is created, just put it in buckets. I mean, you could just store it out the back there. Thanks a lot, Tony. It's educational, this show, isn't it?
No.
Jim says, listening to your caller from Putney, who is in trouble with his wife for being late home, I once phoned my brother one weekend and his wife answered. I asked to speak to my brother and she said he's gone out. I asked when he would be back and she said she didn't know. So I asked, when had he gone out? And she said, she said Tuesday. Tuesday. Okay. Joe says, England's success is overhyped. Another lucky draw and route, that's R-O-O-T, route to the final by playing Ukraine, a poor German side, and winning by a penalty, which was not even a pen, versus Denmark. I hope we will be as lucky with COVID restrictions next week, says Joe. Yeah, well, I think that is absolutely true. Completely correct in every respect. England's success to this point has been overhyped. We haven't played that well, and we've won against pretty poor opposition. I mean, even the Germans weren't particularly good, and we seem to only be able to score from set pieces, seldom from open play. And as the Italians are defence specialists, we'd have to have super extra double skill in midfield and going forwards. And going forwards doesn't really seem to be our thing. Play the ball up to midfield and then play it back again. I mean, the amount of times the ball reached midfield and then went back to the goalkeeper, it was painful. So I would expect a lot of that. I think the neutral will be bored out of their minds during the course of that game. Very, very much doubt that it's going to be exciting in any way, shape or form. Apart from if you've got money riding on it. Or you care who wins. Let's have Hornchurch. Tom.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. Going back to electricity for a second and putting the kettle on and bits and pieces like this. Yeah. They will have worked this out like weeks in advance. There's actually, you're saying about storing electricity. It doesn't get stored necessarily. I have a friend who works for Central Networks, and the main power lines, like the really big power lines and what have you, I'll run with a massive excess. There's more than enough, sort of current coursing through them, as it were. If the demand's not there, then the current actually is deliberately leaked away to Earth.
Leaked?
Yeah.
Leaked?
Yeah.
Is that safe?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, now, what do you mean by leaked? I mean, we're zapping the Earth with billions of volts of electricity. That doesn't sound safe.
No, it's not billions. It's a few thousand. It's about, I don't know, 50, 60,000 volts, I suppose, something like that.
Right, so it could kill a cow, for instance.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Do these people know what they're doing? That's the question that I ask myself.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Really?
They know what they're doing. In actual fact, it's the people that program the computers. Have you ever noticed that on like like soaps and things like this, when the adverts come on occasion your lights will actually dim slightly.
No, I have not noticed that, being as how I don't watch soaps. No.
Oh, well, sometimes sort of at peak demands and what have you, the lights in an area, in all houses and what have you, will actually dim just ever so slightly. What's happening there is that you've got like electromechanical devices called tap changers at the local substation, basically. And what they do is there's computers which look at the supply, and it says there's demand being put on for the supply, and it's without getting too technical and what have you. It's like a
too late for that, Tom. Without getting technical.
So what happens is it switches in like an extra circuit, as it were.
Right,
So
well, this all sounds very dangerous to me, Tom. I think somebody should look into this.
Well, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Right.
But
Were any of them appointed by the current regime?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh my God, we're all in trouble. Run for the hills. And make sure you don't touch the ground, because there's thousands of volts going into it at all times. Thanks a lot, Tom. I've got to go. Now I'm really worried. This entire country is going to explode unless everybody turns their kettle on at the same time. Because otherwise we'll have so much electricity, we're actually going to burst into flames. It's a fact. And even if it isn't a fact, it doesn't prevent it from being true.